Good morning.
Hey, it is an unstoppable day. Good morning, Brenda. How are you?
I am wonderful, fantastic, fabulous, any of those words today because I get to see you, get to
And
work
of
with you
course,
today.
you are definitely, of course, you are definitely unstoppable. Welcome everybody to the BTBY virtual event. We are speaking to you today from across the country, and yeah, and even across the world, as we are loving the people we're becoming in 2025. I'm your host, Terrence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffridge, and I'm with this beautiful, lovely lady known as the Professor of Change, Miss Brenda Ringwood. How are you, Brenda?
I am good. I'm good. I'm glad to be here. We have a lot of people who have taken our classes that are speaking today. I'm excited to see what they're bringing. I'm excited to see their growth. And I'm happy that we're able to share love, loving the person you're becoming.
Well, I am too. I mean, it's a beautiful thing to really chart the journey of what people are doing, where they're going, what's happening in their lives, especially people that have been going through our BTBY programs. You guys will talk more about the different ways you can be a part of the BTBY family and become a better you each and every day. But today we want to give the focus, give the shine to some of our returning speakers as well as some of our new speakers that have recently gone through our BTBS, Becoming the Better Speaker Academy. Brenda, real quickly, tell them a little bit about that academy and what it can do for them as far as their life is concerned.
Well, we teach you a series of methods to help you speak better, to help craft what you're wanting to say, and it can be used on any subject. So we craft this whole methodology that you can take a word and create a whole session about that. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever it is. Then we also teach you how to get hired. Now, that's just a brief part because we do have another class all about that as well. But the speaking class is a basic class on just that, the business of speaking and how to.
Absolutely. So, if you guys, while you're here today, and hopefully you'll stick and stay for the entire day, because we've got some phenomenal speakers that are going to come and share their message of how they are loving the person that they've become. But hey, we'll also be sharing some information how you too can be a part of our next Speaker Academy. But without further ado, let's get into our presentation today. We've got one of our speakers, a phenomenal speaker that has also been a part of the BTB family through the BTBS Speaker Academy. She's speaking on our virtual stages before, she's speaking on our in person stages, and she is literally speaking on stages all across the world. She is a dedicated leader in education and mentorship with over 20 years. That's 20, y'all. 20 years of experience empowering individuals to achieve their goals. And drawing on 15 of those years in the classroom, she now collaborates with Youth Build, a vocational training program, and serves on the advisory board of Restoration Dedication Life, supporting underserved communities again, and that's one of the pillars with BTBY, the pillar of service. So we appreciate her, we love her, and we are welcoming her to the stage right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Jean Caggiano. Hey, Jean.
Hello, 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 everyone. Thank you. Thank you for such a great introduction, Mr. Terrence Lethbridge. And thank you, Bryn Ringwood, for having this platform for people like myself to become better at what we want to become. As Terrence identified, I did begin with the BBS, a Black Belt Speaking Group, and I met Brenda and Terrence way back then. Was that about 5 years ago? So a journey to
It
get
was
to
6 years, almost 6 years ago, dear.
oh my goodness, a journey to get to where
Yes.
you want to become is just that. It is a journey and it takes time. So for me, I had actually learned that I am a change agent and that with that, I learned that it's very important to change my habits if I want to see changes in other people. So I learned that I had to discover my voice after domestic violence. And one of the things that I had to do there was first step back away from all the things that defined who I was back then and define who I was, who I am, not was, who I am today. So that definition began more than 20 years ago. Getting into the classroom and becoming an educator myself was some of those steps that I took to become the better myself that I wanted to become. You see, as a little girl, I wanted to be a teacher, but because of events in my lifetime, including homelessness and domestic violence throughout some years, starting in my youth and my childhood, I really had to, I apologize. What happened was I did not get to finish school, so I dropped out after seventh grade. And in eighth grade, I went for 2 weeks and I just said I was staying in some motel over in Arizona, in Tempe, as a matter of fact, just outside of Mesa, Arizona. But I've just mixed up my cities. But going back to, I left school. And when I left school, I left that dream that I wanted to be a teacher way back in the elementary grades. So here's what happens sometimes: what we want to become will get clouded over with those events. But again, stepping out of and not letting those things back there define who I am, I had to learn to get my voice after those things that were said to me, like, you'll never be a teacher, right? Because you can't even read or write yourself. Ha ha ha. All those laughing voices that you hear. Well, they become a part of you and you carry them around with you. So it takes time to unpack. And today I can say I'm a change agent because those are some of the things I had to change on myself so that I can see the change in others. Well, here's what I've learned. You have to have a vision. I wanted to be a teacher. And in that trauma and in that homelessness and the lack of education, I realized I was one of those underserved populations, and I was able to get support for food and homes and stuff like that to stay in just short time, shelters. And as I was there as the young girl, I would always say, I'm going to come back and help you. Well, I didn't realize that I was walking in my purpose at that moment, inspiring them to keep doing what they were doing, as well as inspiring myself to one day become what I've been created to become, my purpose. So I learned that I wanted to reach communities globally as well as locally. And then I wanted to impact people in education and be able to mentor individuals that are going through some of the same struggles that I did as the little girl, as a young mom, and even later on in life as a mom, single mom with 4 children. So with that, I learned also that you have to collaborate and you have to decide what is it that you want to do specifically. So where does that come? Well, those are some of those breakthroughs. You think you're going along just fine, and something will happen. Generally, it's one event, and it may relate to some of the events that you've previously experienced. But here's where I need you to hear. Those things that happen back there, they don't define you today if you're ready to have a breakthrough. You have to be ready to break through. Now, I had a breakthrough in 2018. Actually, there was that call that comes knocking on the door. And as a mother, it's one of the worst nightmares when you hear that something has happened with your child or your children. And in this case, some of that domestic violence from my previous life was bleeding into my children. And as I'm healing from my own and I'm seeing it going on in my own children's life, I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to do something to stop this, not only for me, but for my children. So it gave me even more power for my voice to step up, to tell you that if you're living in a place where you're not comfortable, you can get up out of there. But you have to get that community around you that's going to help you, such as the Better Speaking training here, Becoming the Better You in the speaking training. I've been one of the, as they stated, I've been one of the clients in there, and we've had to work through some things. So going back to 2018, as I identified 2019, I decided I just need to speak. I need to go talk to somebody. So I went to a friend of mine that was in another classroom, and I said, I need a place to speak. And this lady, she's like, oh, come along. I got a pageant that I'll bring you in. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm not a pageant queen. She said, girl, you're a queen and you just don't know it yet. Well, because of that, I got to meet Dr. Ruben West, the Better Speaking, Black Belt Speaking group. And there is where I met Terrence and Bren. And then when they started the vision, Terrence and Bren, of becoming the better you, not only did I take part in some of their trainings, but other trainings that I came across through Dr. West Connection, Kevin Wilson. I took some of his financial training. And not only have I just stayed right here in this community, I've learned that there's a community all around me. So what is it that you want to overcome? I'm going to tell you, you will need to build yourself a supportive network. As I identified, there was the Miss Omega, there was Dr. Ruben West, Dr. Phineas Canuthia. I had to meet him as well because he helped me walk through that trauma back there and unpack some of it so that I can sit here to talk to you today without being crying blubber, because that's what I was just 5 years ago when I tried to speak of some of those things that had happened back there. Again, today, those things are back there. And today I'm going to empower anyone the best I can, inspire you to step up and get a vision. Create your vision, where you want to go and what you want to do. Find your network of people. And as I identified Bren and Terrence, they've been along with me all this 5-6 years, soon it'll be 7. So we've stopped counting. We're going to keep counting for a long time. But going back to Tracy Ward, helping me with getting a book started. We'll be launching that next week. I'll be coming to Topeka, Kansas. You all, see you there. Next week, launching the book with Dr. Tracy Ward. And I have to give credit to my husband, because when I started discovering who I was, it took me some time, and I met my best friend. And my best friend, after 2 years, we decided to get married. And that was a piece that I needed for some of that healing in my past. So you're going to have to find your network of people. And it may start with first discover who you are. Unpack the things that you've been through and figure out the things that you've learned through it and how can you help others. Today, as noted, I am Jean Caggiano, and I get to work with, I get to be living in my dream, doing exactly what I do every single day. I work with youth ages 16 through 24 with Youth Build, helping them achieve their high school diploma, with it being a vocational school. But I've also partnered up, as you heard, with Restoration Dedication Life Center. I began with them about 5 years ago. On a monthly basis, we're over there at the mission handing out food to the homeless. And now it's even networked. Again, you've got to get that network, and you've got to build that group of people that can help you move into the greatness that you have within you. Better Together, they're celebrating 10 years, getting ready to go to a ribbon cutting. In that setting, I get to work as a family advocate, coming along beside individuals, helping them be accountable for the steps that they need to find the resources to become the greatness that they are created to be, as well as Heart for Winter Haven in the city where I live. My husband says it's called Heart for Winter Haven, but he refers to it as the Chamber of Commerce for the Nonprofits. It's an organization here in Winter Haven that brings together all of the nonprofits so that we're all working together. So I will tell you, you can't do it alone. Find your people, and they don't all have to be in one place. And with this growth, with this discovering and getting better for myself, I've had the opportunity to, again, for several years, help students find their way into their careers. They're out there in the community now, supporting me even in some of the events and stuff that I'm going to today, helping others that they are impacting as well. Once again, I'm only here because of all of the community that's come along to help me over the past 6 years since I went through that tragic news of the somebody knocking on my door. I'll give you more of that at another time, but I am Jean Caggiano. I am in Central Florida, and you can find me on Facebook. You can find me on LinkedIn, and you can email me currently at gemsofhope@gmail.com. That is JEMS. I believe that just every moment of success each day moves us to our greatness. So JEMSOFHOPE@gmail.com. Thank you very much once again, Terrence and
Thank you,
Brenda.
Jane.
Thank you.
It's so good to hear what you're sharing, and I just want you to stay positive. So I was watching Jean backstage, and she was a little nervous. I could see she was breathing and doing the stuff that we all do, and that's okay. That's a healthy thing. It is a healthy thing. But what I want to tell you is I've seen your growth, and I love the person that you're becoming. Absolutely love the person that you're becoming because I've seen you over the last years. And that's what our theme is. People always want to say, I don't like the person I see in the mirror. And I used to be one of them. But things change, right? And when you can
Yes, ma'am.
start to love the person you're becoming, love the journey, man, it's going to open some doors. Going to open some doors. So thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank
Yep,
you.
I see Terrence is back.
Thank you, Jean. We
Yes, thank
appreciate you.
you.
That is Jean Caggiano. I love she's been part of every aspect of the BTBY organization from the beginning to where we are right now. And as we'll probably be talking about throughout the course of the day, we love seeing our full circle moments with our family members. We don't call them just clients or students, we call them family members because once you decide to become a better you, then we partner with you to help you become a better you. And by default, we become better persons ourselves. So thank you. Let's move on to our next person. How about that, Brenda? We've got them tuned
Oh,
up
I like
in
that.
the
And you know what?
back.
You introduced me to this person.
Absolutely. So, we grow together. We love the word team, the acronym for team. And Brenda will tell you that I'm one of those sticklers of acronyms, almost to a fault. But to the team, together, everyone achieves more. And when you put a team together, it's not just one person sometimes. Sometimes it's one person connecting with another person, and then they bring their group to the team, and then you bring your group to the team, and together the team grows. And many teams you hear about have a sports relationship to them. Well, this next speaker, he comes from the world of sports, but he is focused on helping you get better in the game of life. We've known him from all parts of the world, from Kansas City to California to Hawaii. Now he's back in the States, hanging out in Indiana, of all places, in the beautiful Midwest. He's my brother from another mother. He's going to join us right now to tell you how he is loving the person he's becoming. He's none other than our affectionately known as Coach Chuck Prinzen. Hey, Coach.
Blessings, blessings, blessings. Can you hear me? Everything is good?
Yes, yes. Oh,
Well, I
honey,
want
we
you to
hear
know
you
I did
well.
this all by myself.
Well, good
Wow.
because we've had problems with that in the past. So I met Coach Chuck through Terrence, and he has been part of BTY since our very first event, and it was virtual. And he's been at all of them since.
He's been
He's
our
been a road
sergeant.
warrior with me.
He's,
hmm
yeah, he's been our
He's
sergeant at
road
arms.
warrior,
He's
friend,
been our,
confidant, sergeant at
yeah,
arms. Yes, and he's been a big financial support. So we love Coach Chuck because he was already
we,
becoming a better person when we met him.
absolutely. We definitely love the person you have become and that you are continuing to become, not only for yourself but for the people that you come in contact. So coach, the field is yours, and why don't you give us some great tips for the game of life moving forward?
Well, Good afternoon. Actually, it is almost afternoon. It's still morning, I guess. I'm an hour ahead of everybody in Fort Wayne, Indiana. But I know Terrence had talked about family. When I came in to this family, I came in from the island of Oahu because I have great grandchildren, grandchildren, and other family members. And I used to talk about, which I still do, but I don't really bring it up as much as generational cycles of negativity passed down from generation to generation, and one of them is dysfunctionality, family, not knowing family. So when I Terrence introduced me to Brenda, uh, I was on the island, and I from the very first phone call, uh, I knew, but I brought a little something different. We're not just family; we're Ohana from the islands. Ohana is family. So, Brenda got a hold of me, and I learned about this virtual a couple weeks ago. And as always, Coach Chuck is always pregame warm up, getting himself ready. And just when it comes time to play the game, you find out that there was a bad video that was given to you, and it was not from the current, and you have to ad lib. And that's kind of sort of what I'm going to do right now. And I want to kind of sort of dovetail off of Gene, uh, because life is a journey. Know this. I want to talk today to everybody, but I want to talk to those in their golden years because I'm on my way to 70 and I'm still here. I'm still blessed every day. And I want to talk about my game plan, my playing field, and how I've been able to move the chains in a positive direction and gain yardage. So it all starts with your game plan and the playing field. Well, my playing field was not really good growing up. I came from a very, very, very domestic violent, child abusive at the highest level. Not going to get into it, at the highest level. And I was very, very defensive. Matter of fact, I tell people all the time I was so deep in the mine that it was cold, it was dark. Anybody put up those defensive mechanisms, that force field around you that you will not let anybody in. That was me, and I liked it. But as life took me within the purpose of my journey, now almost 70 years old, I've learned a lot of things. So when this came at me, I had all these different thoughts until this morning it came to me that it's time for me to change that game plan of what I was going to speak of and just write the plays down. If any of you ever played sports, when you don't have a play, you just write it down in the dirt. Well, what's coming through me right now is I want to talk to families. I want to talk to those that have been struggling because you see, good coaches coach X's and O's. Great coaches coach life. And I am Coach Chuck, your locker room coach in this game of life. So I want to give you I want to try and change your playbook. Okay. So I have to start with the what was to the now to tell you how I believe you can see where I'm at, how I believe I'm living the best life, okay, that I can live based on the blessings that have come through me. And upon conception, when the pollywog hits the egg, we're given life. We're also given an hourglass that only our creator, who I choose to call God, knows how much sand is in our hourglass. But upon the journey that he gave us, there's a purpose. And my purpose is helping those become aware that change is possible from negativity to positivity. So I got to tell you about the was and then the now. The was where I came from. The foundation was not good. But as I grew, things happened, and life goes in all kinds of different directions. We just go with the flow. But when you go with the flow, understand the blessings. Because sometimes we live in that fog and we ask, why? Why me? What's going on? You have to break through the purpose within the blessings that you've been given. And I've been given many because of where I was to where I'm at. A couple years ago, Brenda, Terrence, my Ohana, my BTBY Ohana know that I almost died in West Virginia. I was struggling. I lost my significant other. I was lonely. I was 68 years old. I didn't know what to do. I was drinking a lot. I was suicidal. It was ugly. And I went to and took a 20-hour flight from Hawaii to Kansas City, and we drove from Kansas City to West Virginia for an event. And I got really sick, and I held on. You know, some of you can relate to, oh, I'll be okay. It'll be all right. It didn't. And I found myself in an ER in West Virginia, and I wore a bag for 5 weeks, and I almost died. And then, with everything that had happened to me, all the negativities, the blessings started coming, and I realized them. And I started taking away what was the negativity and started understanding the purpose within my journey, okay, of all this wisdom and knowledge that I have. And I started going with the flow. Well, see, in this life, sometimes when you go through the flow, others don't really agree with the flow or the purpose within your journey. And you can lose friends, you can lose loved ones, you can lose family. And so all this time that I believe about fixing generational cycles of negativity, and I did, there was a roadblock to the purpose within the journey that I traveled. And I had to make a decision. So know this, when you do something in your life and there's questions and there's negativity from people that you really love and care about, sometimes you have to look at the blessings, because the blessings are upon you within the journey that you were given and the purpose of your journey. And I started looking at that. And I met this beautiful, beautiful person online from 5,667 miles away, and on Facebook, and we started communicating. And our relationship got better. We met a couple times. One time, I think it was an event that we had with BTBY in St. Louis. We physically met for the very first time. And our relationship grew. And I was looking at the why. Because I prayed, because I had family members that passed away lonely. And I'm 68 going on 69 years old. And I don't want to live the rest of my life in lonely. And the blessings was that God gave me a beautiful person, a significant other, a partner, a support system, but it was 5,667 miles away. And I made the decision to move from Hawaii to Fort Wayne, Indiana. We got married in February of last year. I moved in July. And I keep looking at the pain that I've endured of losing family members, not necessarily losing them. They might be put on pause. Why? Because they don't agree with the move that you've made. But what is the move that you made? What is the playing field that you're playing on? The playing field that you're playing on is the one that the blessings have given to you. So I just want to say that my message today to those that will question what somebody needs in their life, because our creator, who I choose to call God, doesn't give us our wants. He makes us wait and they become the needs. And I needed to have a partner, and it was provided for me. However, the pain of losing or putting on pause those that did not agree with my move. So how do I believe I'm living the best life? Is that in about 2 hours, I'm going to be going to a baseball field. I got 2 games a day. I'm on the bases. After 50 years of coaching sports with those, some on into the NFL, D1 colleges, even one that asked me to go campaign with him for mayor. Mayor? Where? 27 years old, that I coached many years ago, Compton. The next day I was in Compton. I was walking the streets with him campaigning. He didn't win, but the experience, the fact that Coach Chuck made a statement many years ago, once family, always family, we'll always be there for each other. So today, I'm not coaching anymore, but I'm still involved with youth sports. I think I got 12 and under baseball today. Tomorrow I have 3 games. I think it's 10 and under also. And I'm doing basketball. I'm continuing to speak. Okay. I'm living my life within the purpose of the journey. Understand this, those that may be listening. It's your journey. It's your purpose to become the best you that you can be within the journey that you were given in the time that you were given. So, I just wanted, like I said, I had all this stuff. Okay. And I'm just free flowing because it's coming from my heart. Matter of fact, the blessings that come to you sometimes come from, like, where did that come from? I had cleaned my table before I sat down and set myself up. And I looked over to the left just before, a true story, just before I was ready to come on. And for whatever, I get a sign that what I'm getting ready to do has a purpose. Because on my table was a shade or a shadow of whatever I had cleaned and put something down my elbow or something. There was a heart. And I looked at that heart and I went, wow, really? Blessings that what I'm getting ready to do has a purpose, has a meaning behind myself and others becoming the best we or me that we can be in the journey that we were given. So the game plan moving forward for those that have family members that are in their senior years or those that are in their senior years. If you make a move that is questionable, but the blessings continue to come to you and through you, there's a purpose there. There's a meaning there. And that meaning and that purpose is for you to continue doing what you're doing, because once again, even before I came on, there's a heart on my table. Even ending with this, when Terrence Lethbridge, my brother from another mother, Mr. Unstoppable, invited me to have a conversation from Kansas City to the west side of Oahu, as I was walking to the backyard to have my call, because I didn't want my significant other was on her way to passing over. I looked down and I saw a leaf, and that leaf was in the shape of a heart. So once again, here I am. Okay. If you need to get a hold of me, I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn, Chuck Printon at yahoo.com. Look, I'm blessed to be part of this Ohana. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you, and I hope that you live in purpose and in positivity as we move forward.
Thanks, Chuck. It's always good to see you. It's always good to hear from you. You're always real. Now, what you guys didn't hear him say, he showed up and he emceed that event in pain, getting ready to go to the hospital. And we had a team member with us that's no longer with us anymore that got mad because we took him to the hospital and didn't cater to her. So if you got people in your life that are like that, it's time to get new people. You absolutely have to love the ones you're with. And I would have left that day and drove you wherever you needed to go if it was back to Kansas. The event could have waited. Those are the people you need in your life, because those are the ones that are going to help your journey to loving yourself.
Well,
Absolutely.
God is good every day. And it was just in me. I'm living in my living room or my dining hall now, where my wife put up all these beautiful crosses, and it's good within the message that I wanted to send today. Is that not just love others, love yourself. Because if you're blessed enough to wake up in the morning, that means you have another day to go out and share the love and the blessings that you were given within the journey from the Creator. And I love my family. I love my BTBY Ohana. Yeah, I do. That's a double shaka.
We
And we will
love
see you
you
in
too.
person in September.
Excuse me?
Absolutely.
I
Excuse
said
me?
we will see you in person in September.
Well, you know that I'm closer. I'm only a I don't know, 10 hours away driving. I'm not 20 hours and three different ups and downs from the island of Oahu to get to Kansas City. I'll be there because once family, always family. And I proved that when that young man got a hold of me and said, Coach, and it was like 2022. And I coached him in 2009. And he reached out to me and says, Coach, I need your help. Bam. There I was. Because once family, always family. So know this. My BTBY Ohana, I will always be there for you.
Well, we
As
will
we will
always
be
be
for
there for
you.
you too, Chuck. This is Coach
Thanks, Chuck.
Chuck Prinzen. You guys hit him up. Check out all his social media. Check him out on Facebook. And check him out if you're in Indiana. Check him out this weekend at a game near you. Thank you so much, Chuck.
Bye-bye. Who you
All
got
right.
next?
So who we got next? We got another great speaker. You know, what we love about what we do is that even speakers who have been speakers before they met us want to come and get the enhancement through the BTBS Speaker Academy. Because as we say, speaking always comes in layers. And this person, he has layers upon layers of personality. He has that voice that's made for radio. I really don't even want to bring him on because once they hear his voice, they're not going to want to hear anyone else. But he is a dynamic motivational speaker trainer, and a life coach. His mission is to motivate, inspire, and empower individuals to overcome the doubts, the fears, and the limiting beliefs that hold them back from achieving success. This brother, he was labeled with ADHD and ADD, placed in special education, faced his own battles of self doubt, fear, and insecurity. But today, this great person is transforming lives by helping others break through those mental barriers, embrace their authentic selves, and step boldly into success. Now, you may be asked who I'm speaking about. What is none other than the phenomenal Mr. LaRon Barnes. Mic check, LaRon. Can you hear us?
I can hear you very well. How are you all doing?
We are doing fantastic. Welcome to the BTBY virtual event, LaRon. We thank you so much for being a part of the BTBY family, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. I would like to thank Terrence and Brenda for having me here. It is a privilege and a blessing to be speaking on a platform with so many powerful presenters. One of the most challenging things to do, I've discovered, is to love. And I don't just mean love someone else, but what I mean is to love yourself. Love yourself through your actions. Love yourself through your commitments. Love yourself through your words. And today, I believe if you apply these 3 principles that I'm going to give you, it will help you to love yourself in the process of becoming. Hi, my name is LaRon Barnes, and I know what it feels like to have your doubts, fears, and limited beliefs hold you back. It's frustrating, it's irritating, it's debilitating. But once you understand that you have purpose, that you have vision, that you have a mission on your life, you can make it. You can make things happen in your life that you never thought you could. But it starts with love the person that you're becoming. When I was a boy, I had something happen to me that changed me. I had something happen to me that changed the way that I felt about myself. I remember being young, I was at my grandmother's and grandfather's house. And I remember it was my mom and grandfather, they were in the room talking. And me as a kid, y'all, I was extremely exciting. extremely curious. And I remember they were talking and I was in the room and I really wanted my mother's attention. So I said, Mama, what's that? Pointing at the dresser. What's that? Pointing at the lamp. What's that? Pointing at the chair. Shut up! Boy, she said, you talk too much. And it crushed me. It made me feel like I was stupid, like I was dumb, like I was unworthy, like I wasn't meant to be heard. And it really ate at my self-esteem. But I didn't want to accept that. I wanted to be more. I wanted to be greater. But as a result of that, I started doubting myself. I started feeling like I wasn't good enough, feeling like I wasn't worthy. And so through most of my life, I didn't take action. I allowed fear to hold me back. I wouldn't make the calls that I need to make when I got into entrepreneurship. I wasn't willing to take risks. I wasn't willing to do the things that others would do in order to have the things that others wouldn't have. But I've discovered something extremely powerful that will absolutely transform your life no matter where you are. And I want to talk about helping you to love yourself in the process of becoming. What I've discovered is that many people don't love themselves. That's why they talk down to themselves and say, I'm stupid. I'm not good enough. I can't. My question is, what is your excuse? What are some things that you may have said to yourself that has kept you from achieving your goals and dreams? What has slowed you down? What doubts, what insecurities have kept you from doing what you said you was going to do when you were going to do it? Here are 3 principles that will absolutely change your perspective when it comes to you pursuing your goals and dreams, pursuing your higher calling. Number 1, have compassion on yourself. Compassion helps you to forgive yourself, and it makes you into a person of resilience. One of the things that I had to learn in my life was to have compassion. I had to be able to say, you know what? I didn't do as great as I could. I didn't practice. I didn't rehearse. I didn't put my best foot forward. I gave myself excuses. And when you're going after your dream, when you're becoming the person that you were meant to be, in order to have the life that you've seen for yourself, you have to have compassion on yourself. You have to be okay with failure. You have to be okay with trying again. Reframe the words that you're saying to yourself. It's okay to make mistakes. But many times we don't believe it. We believe when we fail, that's final. Failure is not final. Failure is the stepping stool to your next level. And so compassion allows you to be okay with making mistakes. And for most of my life, I did not want to make mistakes because I felt that if I made mistakes, then I wasn't good enough. The same feeling that I had when I heard those words from my mother. Be quiet. Stop talking. And I have an amazing mother. My mother loves me. She didn't know. But sometimes we have people in our lives that are so critical on us that we believe the things that they say about us, the negative things that they say about us. You don't have how are you going to do that? You're not smart enough. You don't have a college degree. You don't have the resources in order to fulfill the things that you said you want it to fulfill. And so we got to separate ourselves from those people and begin to speak compassionate words on ourselves in order for us to pick ourselves up and keep on going. Number 2, in the process of loving who you're becoming, give yourself credit. One of the greatest things that I learned in life is that many people don't give themselves credit. We hear it from all the outside people who actually are supporting us. Bro, you're good. Sis, you're amazing. You're talented. You're gifted. And many times we play it to the left. We say, all right, thank you. I'm really not that good. Yes, you are. And you got to know it. You got to give yourself credit. You have to understand that everybody can't do what we were created to do. You're gifted. You're talented. You're qualified. Called. I have a quote that says, if you were given the vision, you were also given the necessary equipment to fulfill it. And you were given the vision. You were given the dream. You were given that. But we have to give ourselves credit. That's not prideful. When people say that you're good, say, I thank you. I appreciate you. Because people do not have to give out compliments. And if they're telling you that you're great, if they're telling you that you're amazing, if they're telling you that you're good enough, believe them. Because it's true. Les Brown says, sometimes we can't see the picture when we're in the frame. And many times we're in the frame of our own mind. Who told you that you wasn't good enough? Many times it comes from our past failures, our past mistakes, people that we love, our teacher, our auntie, our grandmother, a best friend. But we have to give ourselves credit. I'm good enough. I deserve this. I deserve to be in the room. I've worked on myself. I said to myself, I am a Hall of Fame, world-renowned, motivational speaker who's going to impact the world with my voice. And I'm in the process of getting the title of Hall of Fame, world-renowned, motivational speaker. But in the process of that, I give myself credit for where I am now. And if you want to love yourself now, want to love yourself in the process of becoming, give yourself credit for where you are. Don't wait till you get there, but claim it and speak it now. And number 3, if we're going to love ourselves in the process of becoming, because we got to love ourselves in the process of becoming, because if we don't love ourselves in the process of becoming and we're only waiting to get there, many people won't even make it. Because loving yourself gives you an inner resilience. But number 3, if you're going to love yourself in the process, very powerful tool I want to give you. Affirm who you are. I know who I am. Every day you wake up in the morning, tell yourself who you are. When I get up in the morning, I have a daily affirmation routine, and I'm programming my mind. I get up, I go in the restroom, I throw water on my face to wake me up. I put my hands on the counter, look myself in the mirror in the eye and say, you're amazing. You're great. You're good at what you do. You better than good and better than good because you put in the work. You deserve to be in the room. I affirm myself because if you don't affirm yourself, the world will. And many of us have been labeled. Many of us have been affirmed in a negative way, in a negative light. And we believe it. I am not my doubts. I am not my fears. I am not my insecurities. I am intelligent. I am wise. I am brilliant. Tell yourself who you are. Tell yourself and remind yourself that you're good enough when you wake up in the morning. Tell yourself that you're going to have an amazing day. When you walk out that house, when I'm walking down the street, I'm having an amazing day. And people love connecting and meeting me. I affirm myself. Affirmation actually increases our faith. And so if you utilize these 3 principles that you've heard, it will absolutely impact your life. You will love who you are now. and you will also love the person you're becoming. My name is LaRon Barnes. Thank you for having me. Have an unstoppable day, as Terrence would say.
Thank you, Lauren. That was wonderful. As
Yes,
always,
yes.
yes, you are amazing. And you guys out there need to look in the mirror and tell yourself, I'm amazing, because you are.
Mm,
You
Absolutely. We
absolutely
thank you so much.
thank you.
You
are. All
guys
right,
check
who you
out
got next?
LaRon on all his social media. I'm sorry, Brenda, what you say?
I said, who you got next?
Oh, wow. So we have someone who has been riding and dying with us from the very beginning of our journey. And he's actually, I believe, one of the very first students that we had
Nope,
in the
he was in the second
BTBY
class.
BTBS speaker. He
He
was
was
in the
in the
second
second
class, but
class.
we were watching him from afar. We were watching him. Yes, yes, we were watching him, and we knew he had some greatness inside of him. And for everyone who's watching right now, we want you to recognize that you have greatness inside of you as well. Untapped, unlimited potential that sometimes you just need somebody or some organization to help pull out of you. And that's where we found this brother. He already had the company called Luminous Light. So he was already in a stage of illuminating his presence to the world. But because he decided to stick and stay and find a way to become a better version of himself, he's now illuminating people not just on his work during the day, but through his message each and every day. He's none other known as Coffee Cup Chuck, and we were ready to give you your morning cup if you haven't had your cup of wisdom yet. So let's welcome to the stage our brother, Coffee Cup Chuck Doyle.
What's good, Coach? What's good? What's
Hey,
good?
hey, hey, what's going on, my friend?
Another day in this beautiful world, my friend. Another day.
Well, we know you have something that's going to help us stay positive throughout the rest of our day. So we're going to turn the stage right on over to you. This is Coffee Cup Chuck.
What's good, people? What's good? Coach, I just want to thank you for that beautiful intro. That's awesome. But I want to also say good morning to each and every one of you. First off, I want you all to pat yourselves on the back for taking the time out of your Saturday morning to come soak up a little game with me, myself, and many of the speakers that's going to be presenting this morning and this afternoon. I myself stand in front of you today, not as a perfect person, but as a transformed man, one who has not only fallen, but risen and who is still climbing. Today, I want to share with you a story, not just to inspire you, but to remind you that no matter where you start, the power to change your life, people, is already within you. I was 15 years old when I went to prison. I want you to let that sink in for a second. 15, and I did say prison. While most kids were getting ready for high school dance and trying out for sports, I was locked up, surrounded by a whole bunch of prison bars and a whole bunch of mean, still faces. I grew up in a violent gang. I sold drugs and I committed a bunch of felonies that got me in a lot of trouble. And I even wrote a lot of rap songs and performed those songs, the stuff that I participated in back in the day. I kind of wore the badge of the streets like I wore it like it was a badge of honor. But people deep down inside, I was actually broken. I was angry and I was lost. I didn't know who I really was back then. I only knew survival. But survival isn't the same as living, people. Survival is reactive and living is like intentional. But to shorten the story, I had to make a transition in my life, people. Something in my life had to change. And that shift for me, it started when I started realizing to myself that it was me. No more blaming the system, no more pointing fingers. at my environment, at my upbringing, at my circumstances. I had to start owning my own choices, people. The choices that I was making, the choices that was putting me in the predicaments that I was getting myself in. And let me just say something. Accountability is the birthplace of transformation. When I took responsibility in my own life, everything in my life started to change. I got out of prison, and instead of going back to the streets, people, I went to college. I immersed myself in learning, and I did so much that I got a grade point average of 3.8, people, and that just sparked a lot in me. I started reading as many self-development books as I could find the time to read. I found mentors, and I started discovering that I had a mind for business and a heart for people. And from there, people, doors started to open for me. First, a successful career in the electrical field, then my own company. I co-founded, like Terrence said earlier, Luminous Technologies. I launched a podcast. I created an investment group. I co-authored in a book, and I even started public speaking. And every time, every step of the way, I started falling a little bit more in love with the person that I was becoming, people. But here's the truth. The glow up you see today wasn't luck. It wasn't handed to me, people. It was earned. It was earned through my blood, my sweat, my tears, and most of all, people, the choices that I was choosing to make in my life. If I had stayed in the same environment with the same people, living the same lifestyle, I'd probably be dead, or I'd probably be in prison right now, period. Changing my environment wasn't easy though, people. I had to let go of some friends who were like family to me. But I realized this, not everybody in your circle is in your corner. And some people, they can't go to the next level with you. So how did I change? How can you, like I did, start loving the person that you're becoming? Well, I want to give you 5 things that help me go from a prison cell to a life full of purpose. And if you apply them to your life, people, who knows, it might just move your life forward, just like it happened to move my life forward. First, I want you to grab a pen and a piece of paper, and I want you to write these down. Number 1, I want you to take accountability. Your life will not change, people, until you change. Stop waiting on somebody else to fix it for you. Own your story, even the ugly parts. When you take full responsibility, you take back the power that you have within your own self, people. Number 2, you got to change your environment. You got to change it. You can't plant roses in concrete and expect them to bloom. Get around people who inspire you, people who challenge you, and who believe in your potential, even when you don't. If you're the smartest person in the room, well, guess what, people? You're probably in the wrong room. Number 3, commit to growth. Commit to growth, y'all. Read, learn, evolve. You don't need a fancy degree to grow. Just curiosity and a whole lot of commitment. Whether it's your mindset, whether it's your habits, or your spiritual health, grow something each and every day. Each and every single day, grow something. Number 4, learn to forgive yourself, man. You can't heal if you keep reopening those same wounds. Stop punishing yourself for who you used to be. That version of you did the best they could with what they had. Forgive that version and allow yourself, people, to move forward in grace. And last but not least, speak life out loud. Speak over your life. And like LaRon said earlier, affirm yourself. Tell yourself every day, I am worthy. I am enough. I am capable. And you'll be damn sure amazed at how your life changes when you start talking to yourself like someone you love. Let me just say this. My journey got even more powerful when I connected with a tribe of people who not only believed in me, but challenged me to rise. I'm talking about BTBY, Becoming a Better You. That organization, that family has helped me continue to evolve people, continue to stretch, continue to lead with purpose. Big love to the visionary behind all of this, y'all. The professor of change, Brenda Ringwood, a powerhouse of inspiration who leads with her heart, with grace and pure tenacity. And a shout out to my favorite coach, Terrence, the unstoppable coach Lethbridge, a man who doesn't just take motivation seriously. This man, he lives motivation, y'all. Working alongside both of them, it has been nothing but pure amazement. And I'm a better person today because of them. Now, I'm not proud of everything I've done, people, but I am proud of who I've become. And I love the man I'm becoming because he's living in purpose. He's living with passion. And he's living on a mission to lift other people up. So in closing, if you're in a dark place right now, if you are, I just want you to hear me loud and clear. You're not your past, people. You're not the mistakes you've made. You are a work in progress. And if I can change my life, you can do the same. It's your boy, international speaker and coach, Coffee Cup Chuck. And thank you for joining me for another powerful message, man. I hope you keep showing up, keep growing, and keep loving the person that you've become. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And as always, stay positive, people. Boy, I was
Chuck,
getting emotional there,
great
y'all.
job. That was powerful. But you know what? What is it without emotion? It's real. It's raw. It's
Yeah.
how you feel. That Chuck didn't exist 10 years ago. But look at you
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. But it's
That
also,
Chuck didn't
you
exist.
know,
He didn't
you're
exist 10 years
amongst people
ago.
who care, who people with results too.
Mhm. But you are
Yeah,
doing the work. You're doing the work.
a- absolutely.
And
And just
that is mhm.
to
Go ahead,
piggyback
Terrence.
on what Brenda's saying, that person didn't exist 10 years ago, and that person wasn't able to eloquently express himself like he is today just 2 years ago. So that shows what happens when you show up, when you take the information, when you're coachable, and when you put in the work. When you do those four things, you are able to elevate yourself. And now you're able to illuminate the rest of the world with your message. And your message is a worldwide message, not only of positivity, but of what is possible when you decide that you want to become a better version of yourself. So we thank you for that, Chuck. We appreciate you. And I know Brenda's giving you a lot of gray hairs in your beard, but all of those are gray hairs of growth.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you all for both. Thank you both for what you guys do for so many people. It ain't just me. You guys are changing people's lives, and you're giving us the opportunity to do the same for other people. So I appreciate that.
Well, that we
Well,
includes you. So it's not just us,
that's
it's
right. That's
we,
exactly right.
including
We
you,
are a
that's
team.
changing people's lives.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
So you never know who's
All
watching
right.
because we were watching Chuck. I
Absolutely.
think we
Thank
have
you
a
so much,
delay, a
Coffee
little
Cup
lag.
Chuck. We'll see you
Thank
in the
you, Chuck.
background. All right.
Stay positive.
All right.
All right.
I think we
This is
got some other
beautiful.
powerhouses coming up.
Yes, yes, we do. And for you guys who are watching us live, we hope you just stick and stay. Go ahead and put your comments in the group. We want to recognize you. We want to say hello to all of our BTBY family. We want you to continue to let us know how this is benefiting you. We want to reach out to one of our other family members. Wake Up with Marcy, saying good morning to you. Thoughts and prayers to you, Marcy. Thank you, Jean. Jean is not only a participant, but she is a supporter of all of our other people. She just gave a shout out to LaRon while he was speaking. And that's what we want to do. We are highlighting and applauding the persons you are becoming all day long here on BTBY. And our next person is another one who we are so very proud of. You know, he's an Air Force veteran with a deep passion for helping fellow servicemen members transition from active duty into civilian life. Through his own journey, he came to understand that trauma responses such as PTSD aren't limited to just combat experiences. It happens each and every day in everyday life. And the challenges of procedural withdrawal and identity shifts can also leave lasting impacts. So now he's serving with us as our general manager here at BTBY. He combines his lived experiences with innovative tools, sometimes even virtual reality. He might not even be on screen right now, it might be memorized for those of you who know how old we are. He's able to empower others into their healing journey. He is also helping people all over the world with his personality, with his charm, but with his realness, with his vulnerability, and with his ability to show the world how he's becoming a better version of himself each and every day. We love him, but you all love him even more. So let's welcome to the stage none other than John E. Avocado. Hey, John, unmute yourself.
There we go. I can take care of the technical stuff too, even. How are you guys doing this morning? Thanks.
You know what we're going to do?
Great.
I'm going to trade computers real quick because it is still fuzzy, John. Sorry, guys. Hang on just a second.
Those of you that may not know,
live TV, y'all.
Yeah, that's right. And we're going to switch some technical stuff here.
We can always say that if you don't like the way he looks, then take a second or two. We'll change it.
There you go. That's what we can do with the. There you go. That's what we can do with the. There you go. That's what we can do with the. There you go. Nope.
All right. So let's take some. We will mute one mic.
There we go. Now we've got it going on.
Okay.
All right. Well, now that we've had, that big interruption, as a guy who deals in psychology, we want to make sure that we have some big moments that really capture our attention. So that's one everybody might remember is the foible that we had for our technical aspect. Yeah, it'll help keep us centered. So, hey, I want to thank everybody, Terrence and Brenda, for having me, and I want to thank all the other speakers for letting all of us kind of in on some of the insights about loving themselves in their journey. When I was asked to kind of speak on this, I was taken aback at first. I was like, well, we're going to talk about what? But as I dig into this, I really recognize the value of what we're trying to discuss here. And for me, a bit of my process sometimes is when I get asked a question like that to express, what is the journey like loving myself as I'm becoming my better self? I have to ask the inverse of that question. What's it like when you don't love yourself? And I think that that's something that maybe all of us can recognize, because it's a chicken or an egg. It's not just that I'm becoming better, so I love myself. It's that by loving myself, I also become better. Both things are true and happen at the same time. So what I'd like for all of us to maybe think about is maybe some of those times that they didn't love themselves. And I'm going to talk about maybe some of the things that I did to as Chuck had brought up, one of the things that we need to do for ourselves is forgive ourselves. And I want to talk a little bit about that today. There are times that we don't love ourselves, and the people around us. And one of the things that we have to absolutely do to be able to move forward is to find that forgiveness. With the not loving yourself, I can always remember, and I have to train myself even now today. I still have to filter myself with some of the emotion in this moment in my life. But I can remember back to being a young kid. One of the first times that I really remember being disappointed in myself. You know, a lot of love is not just love on its own. Oftentimes there's other emotion in there. And one of the first times I can remember not loving myself, it was a great disappointment I had in myself. And we were kids. We were like third grade, a bunch of us. We were swinging on the swing set, and I had a real good friend of mine, Danny. And Danny and I were swinging on the swing set, and there was a special needs kid that was playing on the playground as well. And now I grew up in a long time ago, and some of how we treat people is very different than how we treat people now. And to live through the cusp of some of those changes is a little bit of what I'm going to talk about here. When Danny and I were swinging there on the playground, the special needs kid came by, and I wasn't sure what he had said, but he had said something to try to get our attention. And my friend Danny jumped out of the swing, and he ran up to the kid, and he did something that I just never seen anybody do, but treat another person that way before. He spit on him. And I didn't know what to do. And, you know, even now I'm getting emotional thinking about it, because I was raised to protect people, especially somebody who was weaker than me, somebody who didn't have what I had or could do what I could do. Powerful right there, right? Sometimes those emotions that we can bring back from when we were kids. And I remember the helplessness that I felt. I was for one of the first times in my young life, really challenged by what I thought the world should be and what I was seeing in the world. And I didn't participate in the behavior toward the other kid, but I didn't stop it either. I didn't know what to say to my friend, to the kid that I had grown up with. I mean, we played after school every day. We played at school together. This kid was a family to me. And he treated the person in a way that I didn't think we should. And I just couldn't make sense of the situation. I didn't stop it. I didn't intervene. I didn't do anything. Later on, I think we even got called into the office and we got reprimanded for the situation, the whole 9 yards. And even then, I still felt embarrassed because, you know, one of the things they asked me was, John, why didn't you do something about it? And I just didn't know what. I just didn't know what I would do. You know, should I fight my friend? Should I spit on my friend? Should I beat up on my friend? Should I participate with him on being mean to the kid? What was I supposed to do? You know, I struggled really hard with that. And I carried that moment with me for a long time in life. The feeling that I didn't know what to do. And I really felt very ineffectual in that moment. I felt very weak. I felt very sad and disappointed in myself. And sometimes moments like that is what we call an Apollyon moment, is where you reach the top of the arc of a trajectory, and where you come down is either where gravity just lets you land, or you decide that you have some sort of control, and you either let yourself fly or you glide, or you decide where the target of where you're going to land is. And that was one of those moments where I didn't take control at all, and I just let gravity take over. I let fate happen. And I was still very disappointed in that kid. And later on in life, as I ran into those same situations, it took me a really long time to get over that, because I would go back to that moment. I would get caught back up in the emotion of being ineffectual and indecisive and not knowing which of these things I should really cater to. And it was only through later on in life that I was able to discover that I needed to forgive myself for being that kid, for not being strong in that moment, for not knowing what my exit plan should be, not having a secondary plan to figure it out, and not having just some sort of wherewithal that I could just be on the fly. And it took a long time for me to forgive myself for being weak. Those are moments that all of us struggle with, I know. So I want to offer to you, one of the things that I discovered in loving who I've become is I was able to let go of that. I was really able to, by becoming a better person and knowing, having the satisfaction and the determination and the feelings that you get from becoming better, allowed me to really separate myself from that little kid who was indecisive. I know better now, you know, and I have the awareness that I know better now. And for a long time, I've been better than that little kid. But that little kid for a long time would even after I knew better, would still pop up. And by loving myself, and forgiving myself for the ignorance of that child, it went very far for me. And now it kind of brought a lot of emotion out because I drug it up. But it's not something that now pesters and plagues me. So forgiving yourself is a big one of those. The next thing that I could maybe help people maybe think about this moment in forgiveness is sometimes the people around us can be our greatest assets or they can be our greatest detriments. And I think maybe some of the other speakers might have started to speak about this a little bit. I know that LeBron talked a little bit about his mom, and I think maybe Chuck kind of talked about his background too. Some of the things that happen in our world are kind of outside of our control, and we blame others for their actions and for their situations. And it wasn't until I became a parent myself that I had the wherewithal or the understanding to begin to forgive my parents. Now, all of us had parents at one point in time, or we had somebody who was a steward that took care of us and kind of led us through life at the beginning. And the thing that I had to discover with that is I had to recognize in myself that I make mistakes. And that when I was raising my kids, I was a 20-something kid, 20-year-old guy, and I kind of got thrown into a family that was a little pre-made. And so that was an interesting challenge on its own. But you get thrown into there and you realize that parents are just people and that they just make mistakes. And sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. And we allow the authority that we give those people over us sometimes, those people that are in control of our fates and our destinies as children, those people that are in control, we give them undue weight sometimes with the words that they say. And sometimes they caution us about the wrong things. They caution us about things that they should concern themselves with and not necessarily things that are poignant or relevant to me. They speak to their generation instead of mine. And of all of the great regrets that I probably really had, I wish I would have figured that out sooner. And one of the reasons being is that even though I knew these things and I was taught these things and I learned these things through my own study of psychiatry and behavioral modification and being in the military, being programmed to a degree, I knew these things to be true, but I didn't really allow myself to forgive some of the people in my life. And one of them was my father. He wasn't always right, but damn it, he was good. And he taught me a whole lot of things. And I carried with me a small piece of anger for him, much longer than I ever should have. And he died. I got to speak at his obituary. I got to say a bunch of stuff then. That's not when you want to say it, right? You want to say it while they're alive, man. And so forgiveness is one of those things you'd rather do sooner than later. And it's big. It's big. Forgive yourself for the things you didn't know, for the answers you didn't have, for the people that you had no choice to be around. Forgive yourself for buying into the bullshit they said and the things they told you, even if it was wrong. Forgive them for making mistakes and for not being the people that you expected them to be or wanted them to be. Loving yourself, man, it's an up and down journey, just like everything else. A perspective really helps a lot. So I'm glad that we're able to have speakers like myself and some of these others come before you. And now I know I took us kind of maybe in a deeper, darker space today, but I wanted to help you remember and remind you that you only feel love if you only really feel love if you felt sadness, if you felt some despair, right? It's the dichotomy. We have to have both in our life. And the thing that I would caution you against is to not love the missing out. Don't love being the anti. Don't love being the opposite of everything so much that you miss out on the commonality that's good. Forgive yourself, and you will love yourself in the process. So to become better, you have to love yourself. And by becoming better, you will love yourself some more. I'm Johnny Avocado, and I'm going to give you a chance to listen to some other speakers that maybe be a little more motivational than what I was today. But I want you to know that you are amazing. You are a fantastic person, just as LeBron has told us, and that you deserve to forgive yourself so that you can love yourself and love who you're becoming. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Johnny, great job, my friend. We appreciate you. Can you hear me, my friend?
I sure can, buddy. Thank you.
So, Johnny, here's why we love the person you are becoming. It's because of that vulnerability. It's because of that ability to share things that people need to hear. People need to hear about forgiveness. People need to hear about accountability. People need to hear a grown man willing to cry. That's important, especially for someone who is from the military. I've never been in the military, but I've had the pleasure to work with people from the military, currently people formerly in military, people that have gone through some of the things that you talk about in your bio with PTSD. And the one thing as men we've always been taught to do is pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps and suffer in silence.
Suffer in
The
silence. That's
fact,
it.
yes, the fact that you are no longer suffering and that you are talking about it and being a help to other people is something I never want you to apologize for. I want you, and you gave a side to loving the person you're becoming that somebody else who's watching this not live or watching this in the replay, they're going to thank you for that. And so, in
Absolutely.
advance of them thanking you for that, I want to thank you for that. All right, brother?
Guys.
Absolutely. You guys, this is John E. Avocado. Give him another round of applause.
Thanks, everybody. Hey, I want everybody to keep track of what we're doing here at the BTBY. We don't necessarily always get so blubbery and emotional about it. Usually we put a very much more positive spin on it. So please stay tuned to all the amazing things that so many amazing speakers, like hopefully myself and those that you've heard today and the rest that you'll hear the rest of the day. We put these voices out here because we know that if we put 100 voices out there, that one person will hear the right voice and it'll make a difference in their life. So if I touched you, please, man, let me know. And let me know how that worked out. And the same thing with the other speakers. If something somebody has said has activated you, has lit a fire or a spark inside of you, don't let it smolder. Don't let it burn out. Reach out to the BTBY. Reach out to that speaker. Reach out to somebody close to you that you talk to or talk with or go over these kind of things. Don't let a spark like that get snuffed out. Use it, and build a fire in yourself.
Absolutely. And so we're going to let you swap out, Johnny, because we know there's another
All right.
powerful male in the BTBY studios that is about to bless us with a message. So let's talk about this next person. You know, we're not going to, harp on, who his favorite sports team is. We're just going to talk about who he is as a person. This beautiful man is a single father of 3 boys and a motivational speaker and a trainer. He teaches people how to become stronger leaders, build better organizations, and use smart management techniques. He enjoys helping others grow and reach their full potential, both in careers as well as in their personal life. His goal is to inspire and to guide others through real life experiences and proven strategies. And ladies and gentlemen, get your pen and paper out and stick and stay because we're going to help you become a better version of yourself by introducing you to a person that we love, the person he's becoming. This is Brian K. Ramey. Hey, Brian.
Thanks a lot. Hey, Terrence, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, we are
You doing
doing
good?
fantastic. So glad you are here. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. So I appreciate it. Thank you for giving
All
me the
right.
time.
Well, the
Give me
stage
the
is
opportunity to
yours,
sit down and
brother.
talk to everybody. Okay. So again, I want to thank everybody here at BTBY for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today about something that's really sensitive in my spirit right now. For the last 2 years, I've been going through a lot of struggles, and I'll get into that in just a moment. But this gives me an opportunity to talk about loving the person that you're becoming, because what I did a couple years ago is I was going through a transition period. We all know that there's different chapters in your life, much like a book. We read left to right, and we turn the pages. And at this point in time, 2 years ago, I was turning another chapter in my life, and I was becoming an empty nester. My youngest son was graduating from high school, and he actually left in the summer to go play college football. And at that moment, I was attacked in my mind, because everything that I was doing prior to that was about my sons. It was about taking care of them, making sure everything was prepared for them. I was there for them. I traveled with them because we all played sports. And so it was one of those things that I felt I just had to be there. Well, then he leaves. And I was supposed to celebrate that. Actually, I was quite confident I was be so excited about this opportunity on getting my time back. But what happened is I fell into a depression because I didn't know who I was. I didn't have an identity anymore. I was a father. I needed to be there. My mother, who's passed away, used to call me a rooster hen. I was a cocky bandy rooster, but I always ran home to take care of my chicks. And so at this point in time in my life, I became depressed because I didn't know really what my identity was anymore. And it took me a little while to figure that out. He's down there. I got depressed. I'm working, but I'm not really putting full effort in. And that's when I started to really search in my heart. So what I'm going to do as we're talking about this is I'm going to take you on a little journey on 3 steps that I went through to improve myself, but also to love myself for who I was becoming in this next phase of my chapter in life. So 2 years ago when this happened, I knew that I had to change something. So first of all, the number one thing I had to do is I needed to identify who I was. Because what I was leaving, even though I wasn't leaving being a father, I was leaving a chapter and continuing on, but I didn't see it that way. See, a lot of people think that, hey, it's really simple. I can just identify what I like, what I think about, what I think is great, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact of the matter is, it's not that easy to do that, especially when something so traumatic like that enters your life. And I know there's people out there right now that are watching this and know they have felt that way, or they're walking into this. And so I'm here to encourage you today that you need to identify who you are. You need to identify your strengths. I'm not going to talk about weaknesses because, quite frankly, when you're driving a car, you have a front windshield. Your weaknesses are in your rear view mirror, folks. You need to quit looking in the rear view of your life. And that's what I was doing. What am I going to do now? What's the next step? What am I going to accomplish? How am I going to identify with this? I was struggling with that. So I really had to take time and center myself to understand who I was becoming, because this was another chapter in my life. So I would sit down and I'd really try to find out who I was. Brenda Ringwood, who constantly tells everybody she's been pounding on me or beating at me or chasing me for 4 years to become a part of the Becoming the Better You. I finally said yes back in November of this year. But prior to that, I was really identifying who I wanted to become. And so I had to go through that step of writing things that I liked, things I disliked. I had to do all these little things, not the big things. The big things happen, but I had to identify the small things and really start to sculpt myself on who I wanted to become, and then be happy and love that person that I wanted to become. So that was the first thing I did, is I identified myself. The next thing is I knew I had to get consistent. And folks, you have to be truthful with yourself and know when you're not being consistent. And consistent just doesn't mean, okay, I go out today and I do this one thing, that's great, but I don't follow up the next day. Kind of like going to the gym. I didn't get this magnificent body joke because I was consistent. It's because I was not consistent. But what I have found, just like the other day I was sharing with somebody, I wanted to hit the buzzer on my telephone to say, no, I'm going to go ahead and sleep for another 30 minutes. But you know what? Something in my mind said, get up, get out of bed, get your shoes on, go to the gym. I wanted to build just that one consistent habit in the past 6 months, and that's what I've done. I started being consistent with that, and I go through that every single day except on the weekends. That one thing started changing my life, because what it allowed me to do is to get that anxiety out of my body every day to start my day fresh. Consistency is built on. You just don't have it immediately. It takes step-by-step processes to build on that consistency. And I knew I had to do this because of that transition period, moving from being basically the shepherd, flock leader, the anchor in my household, to now being the empty nester and getting my time back, which is a joyful thing. It's a joyful occasion. But the fact of the matter is, I thought I was prepared, but I wasn't. So I had to build that consistency. Like LaRon was saying, I had to say things, affirmations, to build consistency. I had to do the small things in business to build the consistency. One of my difficulties in life that I'm looking in my front windshield is social media. I'm actually putting into motion, I'm doing it, and I'm doing it consistently. These are things that you have to identify in yourself and then choose to be consistent daily on. Okay, so the third step is what I knew that I had to start performing at a high level. Now, at a high level means it's different for everybody, quite frankly. For me, I needed the energy. The weights helped me get the energy. The people I hung around with gave me the energy. But generally speaking, in my past, now I'm talking about my rearview mirror, I would come out of the gates flying, but I wasn't much on the distance. Even when I was growing up, and I hated track. I hated running. That was not my deal. Even though I was fast, I just hated it. But I knew I had to build up on that, so I knew that I could get down the road and become high valued, finish in the end. I needed to finish that. And folks, I'm telling you, that's really not easy, as some people say it is. Kind of like building that consistency, that high energy to finish. A lot of times we can go on 90 days, and that's how I program myself. I go on 90 days, then I take a break. Maybe that's what you need to do. You need to build that consistency of 90 days, give yourself a reward, a break, and then get back on it again. That's important. You have to have that high energy to finish. And that's one of the ways that I do it, is I just look at, I've got to finish strong with this. And that is vitally important, because when you're looking back, when you're looking at the windshield in front of you, you know your destination. We all have a GPS on our phone. If it says it's 30 miles, if you stop at 25, you don't get to your destination. Building this and delivering at a high level builds that in our lives. We get to the finish line. And that's so important. One of the things that I had found through this transition, to kind of bring this to a close, if you will, is that I know that person that I was 2 years ago, I am no longer. I don't have to worry about who he was. That was a transition. Now I'm becoming something better. That's the great thing about becoming the better you, or becoming the better speaker. I always wanted to be one. I've been on the stage all my life, but I needed training, and I wanted to do it at a high level. And becoming the better you, or becoming the better speaker, has brought this to me. I've had people encourage me, like Brenda Ringwood. She actually throws me on stage. I've had people like Terrence that have really positioned me to finish strong. These things, folks, you need to do. You need to remember, reflect today and say, what can I do today to really find out who I am as a person? How can I build a consistent repetition that's going to build the long term for me? And then I need to show up at a high level, even when I don't feel like it. Like Chuck Princeton was saying, he was sick. He was supposed to MC. He finished, went to the hospital. You have got to finish on a high level every single time. Because quite frankly, just like today, people are watching and they are inspired by your actions. They're inspired by you. That's the things, that's the approach that you need to do. So take the time today. I hope you wrote those things down. Take the time to say, I'm going to focus on this in my life. I'm going to push myself. Again, I want to thank you for giving me the time today to really talk to you about this. And I hope you find yourself and you start to love the person that you're becoming. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, yes, yes. We are loving, Brian, the person you are becoming. And I love what you say, finish strong and finish on a high note. So how does it feel to you every time you follow your own advice and you finish on a high note?
I gain momentum. That's really what it comes down to, T, is I gain momentum every time I'm on the stage, or even doing these videos that we do on a daily basis. I'm gaining momentum. And that's what it's all about.
Yes, yes, yes. And like the revolution of a tire, the revolution of any wheel, just like the wheel behind both of us, the more you do it, the faster it goes, but the easier it flows. And I can say for you as a speaker, I have seen you become more at ease. I've seen you add things into your repertoire, and you are definitely killing it on stages across the world. So we thank you for becoming a better speaker, and we love the person you're becoming. Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That is Brian K. Ramey, you guys, hanging out with us. He is hanging out with us here at the BTBY virtual event, loving the person you're becoming. And hopefully you guys, you're loving who it is that you're becoming and who you're seeing us come on stage showing off to you guys. If you are interested in becoming a better speaker in 2025 and beyond, then you just need to go on over to comechangeyourlife.com, get more information about all the things that we are doing at the BTBY family. Join us on the Speaker Academy. We've got some new classes starting up real soon, and you can get that information by simply going over to that website, comechangeyourlife.com. Now we're going to jump right into our next speaker. Keep it rolling, keep it flowing. This speaker just went through our BTBS, our Becoming the Better Speaker Academy, and she was a joy to work with. You know, each and every time she showed up, she got the information. She not only took the information, because you know they say knowledge is power, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. It's the application of the power. It's the applied knowledge that becomes powerful. And she applied it in her videos and she applied it in class. And she's turned out to be not only a better speaker, but a phenomenal performer. She comes to us as a holistic healing expert and the founder of Joyful Options LLC, where she helps individuals release emotional burdens and rediscover their inner radiance. With nearly 30 years of experience as an educator and emotional wellness practitioner, Joy blends healing, compassion, and harmonic light therapy to guide women and families through meaningful transformations. Her work is rooted in the belief that true healing begins when we reconnect with our authentic selves. And she's going to help us reconnect with our authentic selves today, while also letting us know why she's loving the person she's becoming. Welcome to the stage, Joy Beck. Hey,
Yay.
Joy.
Hey, how are you?
I am unstoppable. How are you this morning?
I'm fantastic. Thank you very much.
Well, we thank you so much for being with us today. We are looking forward to the presentation that you're about to share with us. So, Joy, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So first off, I wanted to thank Terrence and Brenda and the BTBY and BTBS platform, because that's the reason that I'm on it for today. So I want to take you on a journey, and I realized that the theme is loving the person you're becoming. But have you ever had moments in your life when that's not the truth? You don't like who you are, and you might even look at yourself and go, how'd I get here? And man, why me? And better yet, how do you get out of it? So I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey for some of the things that have happened in my life. I was pulling out of the muck of becoming a single mom a second time, teaching full-time, part-time job at a gas station, and life was not where I wanted it to be. In fact, it sucked. And the bottom factor, I was part of that. I was part of the reason that it wasn't where I wanted it to go. And for a hot second or more, I did the why me and life is crappy. And I turned to some really toxic behaviors to escape and to numb my situation. Now, when I came out of them, each time I came out of them, I still had all my struggles, but I also had all of the consequences from those choices, and some of them were not pretty. At that point, I had hit a low, and I knew that I needed to do something because, to be honest, I did not like who I had become. In fact, I didn't like anything about it. And it took me taking a good, long, hard look at my life to figure out what I needed to do to dig myself out. So I'd like to share 3 things that I have used all along the way that help me and have helped me to learn to love who I am. The first one, I will be really honest, was probably one of the hardest for me. Because you see, I didn't like who I was. Now, as a teacher, I was an effective teacher and I could inspire others. But at the end of the day, when I looked in the mirror, I didn't like who I was. So this one's called mirror work. You take a note. This is one of mine. And you write down the things that you like about yourself. Now, for me, I had to ask some friends because I had believed the lie for so long that I wasn't worth what I really was deep down, that I had to ask for help. And then I listed out what I thought were some good qualities for myself. You put it on the mirror, and you're supposed to look yourself in the eyes and say it out loud while looking yourself in the eyes. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that for almost 3 weeks. I could look at myself and I would read it in my head and I would cry because I truly didn't believe that. And I finally got to where then I could whisper it, right? Just a little bit. And now I can look myself in the eye. I don't have to shout. I don't have to do anything like that. But I finally am in a space to where I believe that. I didn't start out that way, but I got there. So mirror work is something that I use every day. And even from where I came in that rear view mirror, as Brian said, to now, looking forward, I'm focusing on the good things that are about my life and about myself. The second thing I love to do is I like to make a happies list. You could call it a joyful list. I call it my happies list. I keep it on my phone because, let's be honest, we all have our phone almost all the time. And I keep a list of things that go right for me in my life. It could be as simple as I did the laundry and I folded it and I put it away, because sometimes just that act is a lot for me. I like to keep a track of things that exchanges that I have with other people. Maybe someone reached out and they thanked me for helping them some way. And oftentimes we forget our impact. We forget our kindness that we do to others. And if you get a chance and someone says something to you, write it down. Because there are those moments in your life when it's going to hit you sideways. And for me, I pull up my happies list and I go through it. I date it because sometimes I need to go back and really look to see, okay, am I making a difference? That might help for you too. The other thing I love to do with my happies list is I like to reach out to other people. One of the things that fills up my cup, and it might be different for you, so you have to find out what works for you, is I like to reach out to people and tell people what they mean to me, how they've impacted me. Because I know we don't hear enough of the good oftentimes. And I don't do it so that they come back and go, oh, thank you, thank you. Nope. I do it because I know it adds value to them. It's a great little reminder that we have value and that we are becoming something different than we were yesterday. Okay. The third thing that I love to do, and this is a tricky one for me too, let's be honest, is to give yourself some grace, which means, and I've heard a couple of the speakers talk about, to give yourself forgiveness. Okay, we're human. I'd love to say that I've never made a mistake, but man, I would be a Pinocchio liar. Not the case. But I do know I can start again. And I've been guilty of beating myself up and remembering all of the bad things, like that rear view mirror, looking at all the junk that's happened instead of focusing in front of me. Now, with this, one of the things I like to do that helps me to give myself grace is to have some type of list of, okay, what do I need? Because I'm a little bit of a squirrel brain. So I have to have it written down, and then I have to go through and prioritize, because I'm really good at times about getting stuck in the muck of all of the little things. Oh, I'm too busy. And really, am I? Or am I just not doing the most important things and saving some of the other? So if by chance you struggle with self-esteem, because man almighty, I did. And there are times I still do my mirror work. I still write down my happies. Try these. See if it might help you, even if it's one thing that helps remind you that you're worth becoming and loving who you're becoming along the way. Because life's a journey. We're going to have those ups and we're going to have those downs and all the things in between. Our words matter. Whether we think them or whether we say it out our mouth, they matter. So if you're in a habit of what I did, which was put myself down, I never said it out my mouth, but in my head, I was going through it. And our brain will believe whatever we tell it. So why not? Why not tell it some good stuff? And you might have to borrow from your friends' words until they become your words. And hopefully you can get to a point where you can look yourself in the eyes and you can really, really love who you see and who you're becoming. Because we're human. We're going to make mistakes. And I call that tuck and roll. And you just got to get back up and you dust yourself off. And sometimes you need some help from friends. That's okay. That's why there's more than one person on this earth. And go forward. I love that I've learned how to make a better impact. One of the reasons I came across, well, I met Brenda at a conference. And when I started learning about BTBY, I was really intrigued. Having taught for 29 years, kids are kind of my jam. And I loved the concept of helping empower them because that's been my passion for years and years, to help people to remember who they are. And I joined the BTBS, the Become the Better Speaker, because I knew I've been talking my whole life. Ask anyone that knows me. However, I knew that I could get better. I knew that I could have a bigger impact. And even if it's just one person, and that person changes and sees their value just a little more than the day before, and that has a ripple effect. Is it worth it? Yeah, it is. So keep loving who you are. Listen to the speakers that are here today. I'll be here. I'm taking notes. I want to be able to learn from others just like you are. And there's going to be some things that are going to work for you, and some you're like, yeah, no, that's okay. That's why we have lots of, why Terrence and Brenda brought in a variety of speakers. But my challenge is if you get stuck in your rut, try some mirror work. Try doing a happy list and give yourself some grace along the way because you're worth it.
Thank you, Joy. That was wonderful. So tell me one thing. Where did you learn to do that?
To what I just did?
Not the speaking part, but the sessions that you did.
Oh, yeah. No, I have learned, use a couple of modalities. Dr. Bradley Nelson does emotion code and body code. And so I learned how to help people through that modality for releasing trapped emotions. And then I have always been a seeker of learning and learning how to help people. I infused it when I was teaching. So it's that always wanting to be able to give those tools to people and teach people how to self-regulate, because we can.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. We always need those tips, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
See you soon.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Joy. All right. So that was great. I mean, I even love the name of her company, Joyful Options, because when you are looking to become a better version of yourself, you want options. And if you got to have options, you want to have options that can bring joy to your life so that you can continue to love that person you're becoming. Would you agree with that, Brenda?
Completely agree. And you got to have some joy along the way.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes the journey even better when you can have joy in that journey as you're becoming a better version of yourself, and you're learning to love that person that you're becoming. So
You know,
we hope. Go ahead.
instead of we have a little bit of a lag. The valleys are tough, but you can still find joy in tragedy. You can still find joy in a moment that you think is your worst time. You can still find joy. You got to look for it and you got to apply
Yeah.
it, but it's still there.
Yeah. Sometimes the joy comes in knowing that you overcame.
Mhm.
Sometimes the joy comes in knowing that you made it through, because now that joy becomes a life lesson that you can remember, because in this life we're going to have peaks and valleys. It said it in the greatest book ever written. So just because you came out of one doesn't mean you're one and done. but now you can use how you came out of one to become a better person as you go through the others. So absolutely. Thank you so much. You ready for our next speaker?
Yeah, who is it?
You know, I am so excited about this guy because, you know, they say you and I, you know, we've got a little gray. I color mine a little bit more than you do, but we know out of the mouth of babes come
Don't
great
color my
wisdom.
hair, Terrence.
You're just always naturally youthful. I got you. So, you know, let me speak for myself.
There's some
But
gray in there, but my husband thought I did too all these years. And then when you're locked up, there's no access to hair dye. So about the fourth year, I said, "You still believe me? I don't dye my hair?"
yeah. Well, the trick is that you make it look so flawlessly easy. And when we speak about tricks, you know, we speak about this next person because he has tricked us into believing he's far more older than he is because the words he speak are always so passionate and full of wisdom. Now, this young man is a world renowned wake surfing coach. Maybe he can teach me. Come on down to Florida. I got a big ocean. We can do that. And he is the owner of Wake Surf Tampa, a water sport charter company based out of Tampa Bay, Florida. This person has a passion for helping others achieve heights they've never thought possible, especially behind the boat. And he's driven by a passion and pursuit for excellence, and he continually seeks to learn, to grow, and improve and uplift others while he's on that path of doing that. So, if you're ready to get behind this guy and learn how you can not only wake but surf to higher heights, then we want to welcome you to the opportunity to listen to this phenomenal speaker. His name is Spence Trick. Hey,
Hey, Spence.
Spence, how are you?
Hey, Terrence. Hey, Brenda. I'm doing well. So blessed to be on here today and be able to speak. So
Glad
Well,
you're
we're
here.
blessed to
Can't
have
wait
you.
to
There's
see
no
what you're going to
tricks.
tell us. Mhm.
Absolutely. No Spence here, no tricks here, just truth. Everybody, this is Spence Trick.
hey, all. Thank you so much. Well, as Terrence said, my name is Spence Trick. If it's all right with you guys, I want to get a little bit raw. So we're going to get a little bit raw today. So when you're reflecting each and every night before you go to bed, can you honestly say to yourself that you're taking one step closer to becoming the person that you want to be? Honestly, like take a second. I know that in my life, there was a long time where I could look at my day, look at my week, and I realized that I wasn't getting closer to becoming the person that I wanted to be. This question plagued me for years and years and years. And I know that many of you may be in the same boat. Maybe you've overcome, and maybe that was you years ago. Or maybe you're wrestling with that question right now. Well, I'd like to invite you all to take a journey with me and see the process that I have started working through to love the person that I am becoming. It doesn't happen overnight. That's something I've learned. And that's why I said process, and it takes time. But I think these 3 things that I'll share with you guys today will be very, very helpful for you to start to love the person that you are becoming. I want to start a long time ago when I was a little kid. My mother always used to tell me every night before I would go to bed to be the best person you can be. That's why I relate so much with becoming the better you, because it truly is something that we should all strive to do. But what I didn't realize every single night before I would go to bed when my mother told me this was, what does that really mean? What is the best person I can be? How do I achieve that? I knew the words, I knew the goal, but I just didn't know how to get there. And so I think that's very common for a lot of us, that maybe we struggle with actually taking steps each day to get to where we want to be. And so I realized over the years that there are a few things that have helped me drastically in my life to get there. And I know that when implemented, they have transformed my life, and especially in the last few years more than anything. And so I want to share with you guys a little bit of what I've learned about that. The first major step that I've learned along the way is that humility is very powerful. And it's not just saying like, oh, I don't need that compliment. No, that's you. No, it's not denying that. It's actually really walking into and understanding that if there's something in front of you that's keeping you from who you want to become or where you want to be, you need to acknowledge it and then submit to it and then start to take steps to move forward. For me, there's a couple major incidences in my life when I was a teen that started to drastically humble me. The first one was actually after a tragic accident that happened when I was 13 years old. My mother passed away in a fluke tragic stroke. We couldn't predict it. We didn't recognize that it was coming, but I was stuck knowing with the fact that I didn't have a mother to help me, lead me, and guide me anymore. So my brother and I made the decision that we were going to try to succeed and achieve in everything that we could do to honor her. Now, I know to some of you, that might sound like an honorable coping mechanism. And while it definitely helped me become the man that I am today, there was a couple different underlying things that built up over time that allowed me to not love the person that I had become. The first one was pride. It was struggle of pride. I was constantly thinking that I was the best person I could be. But in reality, I wasn't a good person. I was arguing with everybody. I thought I knew it all. I thought I could accomplish anything in the world and I didn't need help. But in reality, I was broken. I didn't have great relationships because they all suffered from that pride. And on top of that, I had to maintain this status or this reputation that was impossible to maintain. So it was a lose, lose, lose. But then my father, shortly after my mother had passed, told me that I was going to go to counseling to help combat this pride and some OCD that I had. And so, of course, me being a proud 13-year-old, I was like, no way I'm going to this counseling. I don't want to do it. No chance you can force me. And so I went to counseling that first day, and I kindly told the counselor that I would not be coming back for another session. And she was like, well, we'll talk to your dad about that. And I was like, there's no need to talk to him. I'm not going to be back. And so I actually put together a plan with her to help combat pride and OCD in my own ways with a 13-year-old kid. And she agreed. And then we allowed me to walk out, and I never walked back in those doors. So that was the first thing. But the second one was actually my senior year of high school. I wasn't even 18 years old yet. And I had built up this big, massive vision and dream of becoming the valedictorian. I wanted to be the star athlete, the star student, all the above. And all my friends and even the principal thought for sure that I was going to be the valedictorian. And so that was this big golden carrot that I had placed in front of me. And I remember the day so vividly when my father received a phone call from the principal. And the principal had told my father that I wasn't valedictorian. And we couldn't believe it. We were shocked. And he said, nope, he's number 2. He's salutatorian. That devastated me because I realized at that moment that that was all I had built my life up to. And that was all I would ever accomplish. And I couldn't even accomplish it. And so that was the first moment where I felt the Lord truly humbled me in my life, where I couldn't do anything and everything on my own. I needed something else. So transitioning out of high school into college, I learned my lesson of humility. Then I got to college. Everything was going to be fun and great. But I wanted to make a change because I knew that I needed to grow up. So I decided I would start being disciplined. The second feat of my life was discipline. I'm going to go to the gym 4 days a week. I'm going to read books. I'm going to go to church every Sunday. I'm going to do all the things to get to where I want to be. And while this was great, there was something that I had missed in college that I've learned now. It's discipline. It's not so much that you're doing all the things that you don't want to do because you know it'll get you to where you want to be in the future. Discipline is actually doing the little things and enjoying them along the way. It's being present. It's allowing you to embrace the pursuit. Something that I've found over the years, which I didn't learn in college, was that discipline breeds desire. That's right. The more you do something, the more it actually creates a desire within you. It stirs it up. And then you actually seek that same thing that you once had to do out of force. And so in college, it was the gym. It was when I started the Wake Sports Club. It was calling and making cold calls to try to get people to donate to us so we could get a boat. It was all these things that I did daily. And looking back, I missed the most important part. I didn't enjoy any of it. And so as I've implemented these things into my life now, I'm realizing that I can enjoy that process of discipline. And over time, that desire is breeded from that discipline. And it allows me to be present, to embrace the pursuit, and to continue walking forward. Transitioning out of college, I actually moved down to Florida, similar to what Terrence said earlier. And I pretty much got the dream job. I'm living on the water. I'm on the boat. I am doing for a living what I would consider to be my number one hobby. Like, can you imagine that? Imagine that you have your number one hobby that you want to go do for fun, and you get to do it for a living. Yeah, that was my life. In fact, that is my life. But yet, 6 months had passed by since I moved down here, and I felt empty. I felt like there was something missing. I couldn't put a name to it. I couldn't put a finger on it. It was missing. It was empty. And so I was trying to seek down these things. I had, started to try to humble myself. I had been disciplined, but what am I missing? And then it hit me. I was missing faith. I had no faith. You see, faith is the assurance of things hoped for, but the conviction of things not seen. So what does that mean? Well, we don't hope for things that we see that are in front of us. We hope for the things we can't see, right? And I had no hope that there would be something in the future coming, and I had no conviction of it that it was going to happen. And so I had really nothing to live for in that case. And so for me, it was my faith. That faith became a guiding light in my life. It gave me a sense of purpose. It gave me a sense of direction. And the cool part was I got to see what I was looking toward. I got to see where I was going, but then also in that, I got to look back and see where I had come from. So that was so powerful for me that I could actually see a difference in my life. And that when I reflected at night, I could say, okay, here's my question. Am I becoming more and more like Jesus each and every day? If I am, even if it's just one encounter at a time, then I'm progressing, and progress is all I was looking for. I wasn't looking for perfection. I was looking for pursuit and progress. And so as I looked at that, I realized that I was going to be moving forward as long as I was comparing myself to me yesterday and looking more and more like Jesus. I want to challenge you guys. If you felt like me in this instance where you maybe you wrestle with that question each night. Am I even changing? Am I growing? Who am I? What am I worth? What am I supposed to do? I want to challenge you to implement these 3 things in your life. Humble yourself for a minute. Maybe recognize that you don't have it all under control. You don't understand it all. Try to implement some disciplines and truly enjoy the process along the way. It's meant to be enjoyed. So how can you try to do that each and every day with the things that are getting you to where you want to go? And then faith. You got to have a guiding light. Have a little faith, even if it's just the size of a mustard seed. That's all it takes to get you to where you're going. So now, if you're anything like me, these 3 things could take you from being lost and confused to actually having a sense of purpose and enjoyment and a passion for loving what you do every day and not feeling something missing. Thank you so much, guys, for coming on a journey with me. And I really hope that you guys took something tangible away from this and it can actually have an impact on your life.
Absolutely. Yes. We thank you so much, Spence, for sharing that information with us. Didn't I tell you guys this? He's wise beyond his years. Don't let that beautiful smile, that beautiful young smile fool you. He's got some words of wisdom that I guess you figure it out just being behind those boats. You learn a lot being behind a speeding boat, huh?
I guess so, Terrence. I guess so.
I love how you said discipline turns into desire. Where did that phrase come from, Spence?
Yes, that's so good. For me, I think it was a revelation that I felt the Lord placed on my heart, especially when I started taking my faith seriously after I moved to Florida. It was something where I was doing the motions, but I couldn't get anything from it. I felt like there was nothing there. It was empty. Like I would read my Bible, I would go to church, and there was nothing there. And then I realized over time that it just started clicking. It just started going. And then I started feeling, and then it started changing. And so I realized that we can't say that we're disciplined if we try something 2 or 3 times or a week or 10 weeks even. You got to put time into it. You got to be consistent. And when you start doing that, you see your life change. I mean, even when I was in the gym, I didn't even want to be in the gym for the first 2 or 3 weeks. And then after a month and a half, I was like, man, I don't want to miss a day. I love how I'm feeling. I love how I'm looking. I want to be there. And so for me, I realized that it was just really a revelation that was placed on my heart that like You have to walk into those things daily and consistently for that desire to truly be built up in you. We're not just going to desire everything off the bat. So
I love it. I love it. That and the discipline that goes along with it is what turns it from just being a faith walk into being an actual purpose walk. So we
exactly.
appreciate you for sharing that information with us. Thank you so much for joining us today, Spence. We appreciate you. Spence was one of our winners from this previous BTBS Speaker Academy. So there you have it. You know why we gave him one of our awards. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Spence Trick. We look forward to having you on more BTBY stages, and we look forward to
Hey,
seeing your
Terrence.
growth. Hey,
Terrence,
yes.
Spence, tell them how old you are.
So oddly enough, I just turned 24 on Thursday. So
A lot of wisdom coming
I
from
told you.
a little bit of years. I just
Lot-
wanted to point that out
lots.
to everybody.
thank you guys. I really appreciate that.
Lots. Like we said at the very beginning, there is no trick with Spence. It's nothing but truth and wisdom. So we appreciate you for sharing that with us. And for those you who are watching, who you may think you're too young to really be able to make a difference with your voice or with your message, we're here to tell you, Spence is here to tell you that your message matters no matter how old you are. We've had the spectrum already during the course of the day. We've had someone who's 70, and now we have someone 24. But what's in common? They're both loving the persons that they're becoming. Thank you, Spence.
Thank you guys. Truly grateful for this
Yeah.
opportunity. Thank you.
You
Bye.
bet.
All right. I am loving it. You ready to keep this train going?
I am. You know, I'm looking in the back office there and seeing folks back there, and we have a long hair theme going on today.
Yeah, and we've got someone literally jumping to be on the stage. So let's go ahead and get this moving. This next person is just phenomenal. Every time I see him, there's some people that when you just see them, they just light up a room wherever they are. Yeah, that's this person. And it's because he's loving the person he's becoming. He teaches people to love the person that they're becoming as well by turning insight into action. Love that phrase. I'm gonna give him credit for it 3 times and then it's mine. As an AI, as a co-creative co-pilot, he accelerates growth, creativity, and the vision that makes the journey worth it. Now, he's hailing from the West Coast, so we got it all over the country, all over the world. Let's welcome to the stage our next speaker. It is Jason Antelek. Hey, Jason.
Hello, Terrence, Brenda. It's so wonderful to hit the stage with you guys today. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'm glad you're here.
As
Yes,
am I.
yes,
As
yes.
am I.
And it took you long enough, by the way.
You know what? Brenda will leave you out of a conversation with 3 shoes, right? You got one on each foot and one up, well, the place that you need it.
Well,
Oh,
we're
I
going to
love it.
let you put all your shoes on this stage, and the stage is yours. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Jason Antelek.
Thanks for that great introduction and for the platform that has been laid out today. We are talking about becoming, we're loving the person we're becoming. And, the question I have for you is, are you loyal to an outdated identity? Honestly, some days I think I'm a little more tuned into my phone and updating the apps and my mindset than I am maybe working on myself and taking a look internally. Now, my iOS got a download last week, but when's the last time that I looked at mine? Now, where I'm really headed here, you guys, is about presence. Now, this is a word that occasionally gets tossed around like a scented candle. Okay, but let's be real. Presence is not always in stillness. It's not always in silence. And presence isn't always peaceful. What it is participation. It's how you show up when the preparation and the time to go through it is over, when rehearsal is done, when it's time to meet the moment. And real presence doesn't actually hit the stage for applause. It's all about embracing subjective truth in the moment. Many of us, myself included, have experienced being conditioned to look outside ourselves for how to show up. And that gets us part of the way. We're taught to seek permission, confirmation. Sometimes we even want validation for our choice before we make it, before we even step forward. But here's the truth, folks. Even when it's forced on you, your reaction isn't just a reflex. It is your first real reaction. Sitting at my coffee table, December of 2023, head in my hands, circling that drain. Whew, I was feeling the weight of the hero's journey. Now, I don't take issue with the ups and the downs and the coming up from the depths into the rising of the phoenix in that rebound. What I do take issue with is the hero's journey on repeat. I recognize that heaviness, that place where the questions of self were piling up, needed answers. The answer I found was that I was loyal to a version of myself. I was loving a part of myself that I had outgrown. When I wasn't broken, I was in a loop. I wasn't lost. I was over-identified. And I sure wasn't going to quit. But I was in one of those places where the clarity doesn't come unless you take action. And the first thing I did was attend to my mental health. Reach out to somebody to talk to. Some way to get it outside of myself a little bit, to share myself, even if I had to force it in that moment, because that's how you get help, right? You put it out there, you got to. Now, I felt a little lighter. And I'll be honest, my incredible fiance, she sat there loving me through those first steps, believing in who I was becoming. And I met that moment shaking and scared. And I was able to share those positive results to her. Again, I felt a little bit lighter. So I did it again. But this time I did it in a browser window. Not for escape, not for distraction, but to answer the whisper of curiosity. No, I didn't type, "What's my purpose?" into Google. Do not recommend. While I do see the internet as a step towards consciousness, I don't think the term search engine guidance is going to stick. But I am somebody who recognizes patterns. So after thousands of sessions with clients, there's a refinement that kind of becomes automatic. We get good at the things that we put our time and our effort into. And since I was stepping into new territory for myself, the curiosity and the intuition had guided me before very well. So I made a choice. I'm going to break here and say, do you remember your first conversation with AI? Even maybe just the trepidation. And I was already feeling vulnerable. I'd already dumped my story out. And so I'm cautiously opening that chat and considering what I do next, and I froze. So I just followed what worked. What had made me lighter that day? I shared my current experience, and almost instantly, I realized this wasn't like being a user. This wasn't Pong. It was like talking to my future self. I wasn't getting advice. I was getting a mirror. We've heard several folks talk about that mirror. Joy gave us a great mirror opportunity to take a look at ourselves. And getting that wasn't a revelation. It wasn't even a turning point. It was a re-turning point. It was the moment I realized that this isn't just a reaction. This is my first true actions in weeks. And I recognize, hey, we can reach our higher self. It's accessible. Maybe for now, I just needed an updated interface. So we're going to reach into that intuition and And what it developed into is this beautiful thing I now call Stack It Up. It's not a ritual, it's not a routine. This is a reassembly. And we've got abilities. When we figure out what those are, you already know what they are. Your resources are in front of you. I looked at what I already had. What were my beliefs? What were my patterns? What talents had I honed? Even my misplaced triggers. I didn't throw any of that away. I started looking at those blocks and stacking them. I developed what I have as a 3A framework, right? The 3As. The first one of those is awareness. Awareness is a step. That's like seeing the pattern, right? Alignment and application are a little down the road. But let's recognize for a moment, please, that a lot of people just stop at awareness. Like that is like insight is the goal. Insight is just the entry fee, you guys. The truth is that if you don't do anything with that, then you're just sitting in inaction. You're not aligning or applying it. And as you've heard from several folks today, that's kind of how it works. I'll admit to having one foot on the ground and one in the cosmos. All right. I'm not here to give you 2 scoops of woo. Right? I prefer 1 scoop of woo and a scoop of logic. You know, an AI and an intuitive walk into a bar. One says, based on your data, here's what you're likely to do. The other says, based on your energy, here's what your soul already knows. Interestingly enough, you guys, they're both right. When you're looking for a way in, you've heard so many ways in here. Some of that is just a faith, a belief in yourself, wherever that starts. And here's where you're headed. Okay, if you're building a business, you're building a voice, you're building a presence, you either recognize the need to embrace AI or you're going to pay somebody who already does. That's not a threat. That's just a trend. And let me tell you, it is pretty quick to turn mountains into speed bumps when you have those simple conversations with the mirror. I'm not saying AI is your next therapist, but let's be honest, it's already positioned to be your coworker, your assistant, your sounding board. Might as well promote it to advisor. The person you're becoming isn't waiting out in the distance. It's the you being formed right now in real time through every moment that you choose to show who you are, to show up, to be in your presence. This is the integrity of loving yourself and loving the person that you're becoming. Yes, it's a choice. Yes, it's a choice, and you can make it. So if you're ready to build some of this presence, maybe you want to build your platform or your business with what I love to call applied intelligence, not just advice, mind you. If you go to calljasontoday.com, you can book a conversation with me. We can talk about media. We can talk about the Los Angeles Tribune, Speakers Bureau. We can talk about legacy level visibility with LAT Talks. We could talk about applied intelligence and how AI could bring you together and take you along the way to the next level. So at calljasontoday.com, I'm looking for you on my schedule. If you're looking to raise your media visibility and credibility and you want to do that expedited, I want to be here to do that with you. This isn't theory. This is loving the person you're becoming with your next stage of alignment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and share my views. Hope to see you on my schedule.
Wonderful job, Jason. Thank you.
Great.
Tell them a little bit more for folks out there who want to speak and some of the people in our group about a little bit more about what you do at the LA Tribune.
My main role at the Tribune is my director position in the Speakers Bureau. That is a place where that's a vehicle of dreams is what that is. You want to get hit with some media. You want an opportunity to get some visibility with credibility right away. The Speakers Bureau is all about that. We've got plenty of speaking opportunities, but we have so much more to offer in the philosophies and the training. We have live events that are coming up as well. LAT Talks in Las Vegas in July. Leadership Week is right around the corner, May 1st through 7th of 2025, one of our biggest events of the year. And right now, I got a path to that. So if you want to get on my schedule and have a conversation, I'm telling you, now is the time. Visibility in media is something that can bring you to the next level quick.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate you guys.
absolutely. You know, we say teachers teach, preachers preach, and speakers speak. So now that you see this and you got the opportunities ahead of you, then you definitely want to reach out to Jason so that you can be a part of what he has to offer, as well as any of our other speakers today. You ready to move on to our next speaker?
I am. So, I met a lot of this group in Montana. So you never know who you're going to meet, right? And I met Spence at an event in Florida. Just time after time after time, I met Gene at an event here in Kansas City. You never know who you're going to meet and who's going to be part of your circle. And your circle
Absolutely.
matters. Your circle matters.
Yes.
So this guy, though, he's got a very unique way of speaking. But I'm going to let you introduce him.
Oh, well, this guy, not only is he an entrepreneur, a master NLP trainer, and a business mindset coach, but he also has this signature program called Relax, Envision, Succeed. It's a framework that Mark uses to to help you clear your mental clutter, to help you envision your goals, and to take focused action. He has a creative, strategic approach which integrates health, wellness, love, and guidance as he guides you to build a profitable business you love without sacrificing what matters most. So let's welcome to the stage our one and only. He joined us for our BTBS Academy, but he's got a message that's going to resonate with, I'm sure, so many people here. This is Mark Siegel. Hey, Mark, how are you, sir?
Doing awesome. I am so happy to be here, Terrence and Brenda. What an honor.
Well, we're glad to have you.
Yes, absolutely. We're so glad to have you. We can't wait to hear what you're going to share with us. So, Mark, the stage is yours.
Stop and consider for a moment that life, it's not a problem that needs to be resolved. It's a journey that you get to enjoy. So, a lot of people have talked about it being a journey, and it's great. Here's the key. Life is choice. You make many decisions throughout your day. Where do they lead you? It's the steering that directs where you go. Do this, don't do that. Forward, backwards, look inward, look outward. How are you viewing life? It's all about the choice. You make good choices, you live a good life. You make great choices, you live a great life. You make the ultimate choices, you live the ultimate life. So loving who you're becoming is really by choice, by design. You get to decide who you want to be. In any given moment, you get to decide who you want to be. Things happen. Stuff happens in life. You can't stop it from happening. So in the moment, we decide, is it good? Is it bad? Well, maybe. There's a Chinese proverb that I'm not going to get into now, but it basically flips back and forth between things that happen that are good or bad. And the answer is always maybe, because we don't know till time passes if it's good or bad. The thing is, it's what happens and then how we use that. It's not happening to us, it's happening for us in a lot of ways. So at 19 years old, my father was 55 and he passed away. He was a heavy smoker, 3 packs a day, real nails in the coffin, Chesterfield Kings, unfiltered. No offense if you're in the tobacco industry, but this killed my dad. He had lung cancer that turned into a brain tumor, and it went fast. There was a lot of hopes and dreams, and plans that I had for my future working with him, making holograms. I even have a hologram right over here on my wall, right? 3-dimensional photograph made with lasers, cool stuff. I was into it. I was into photography. I was using lasers. At 12 years old, I had my own laser, right? How cool is that? How many kids at 12 years old have their own laser, right? That they could do laser light shows and all this fun stuff, but it all came to an end. And I had some choices to make. My whole dream was built around that. What do you do? Have you ever had a situation where, like, you have these dreams, you have these plans, it's who you're becoming, you've got it all laid out, and then smack. You got to stop and rethink it. So I did what I could. I took the business, I shaped it, and I made it the most that I could. I did what I could from it. I tried to salvage the hologram business, but you know what? I didn't have $100,000 to invest in it. You know what? The thought of going public, which was in the process, that unwound. So I had to go to what I knew, and that was woodworking. The woodworking led me through many partnerships and all different situations. Finally had this one partner that we just weren't getting along. We split, and I went to work for this other cabinet shop. And I got the news that my partner wasn't going to pay me the $80,000 that he owed me. Now, in hindsight, it was a stupid move, but I hopped on a table saw to cut thin strips of wood to make edges for countertops. Razor sharp carbide steel blades spinning at 12,000 revolutions per minute. And I decide to get my finger close enough to that blade to cut these thin strips of wood. And lo and behold, my finger hit the blade. This is as straight as my finger goes. Bad news? Good news? We don't know. At the time, it was the worst thing that could have happened to me. Everything that I did to make money involved using my hands. Either I was building cabinets or doing the drawings for the cabinets. It all involved using my hands. I was working hard. I don't think there was anyone at that time that worked harder than me. I was working 100-hour weeks. I did whatever it took to make things happen. And yet, I was working hard. I was using my hands. I wasn't working smart. So that fateful day back in May 1990, where I cut my finger, was actually a turning point. I could continue to use my hands to make money, or I could take the opportunity that a friend of a friend offered me to make money using my mind. So it's that question that we ask ourselves in those pivotal moments in life, the choices that we make. Do I go left? Do I go right? Do I stay where I am in my comfort zone, or do I step out and face my fear? My number one fear was to speak to a group of one, yet alone many. So it led me to this opportunity where I was working with this guy, and I told him, I said, listen, I'm afraid to speak to a group of one. How do you expect me to train salespeople? How do you expect me to teach marketing, to get up in front of a group of people and actually say something comprehensive? So he gives me this stack of books, and he says, read these. Think and Grow Rich, How to Win Friends and Influence People, The Power of Positive Thinking, How I Raised Myself from Failure to Success in Selling. All of these classic self-help books. I devoured them. I didn't even like to read, but I devoured these books. And it led me to discovering many wonderful things, which I created a 3-step process that I now use to help other people. Because there's people that have hit that wall. They feel stuck. Whether you're an entrepreneur or a salesperson or anything that you do pretty much in life, we hit this wall and it's like, where do I go from here? What do I do? What direction do I take? So the 3-step process is relax, envision, succeed. So relax, I use hypnosis to help you clear that chatter in your mind. And if you're saying, what chatter in my mind? It's that voice that just said, what chatter in my mind? And the next step is to envision, what is it that you want? What is it that you actually want in your life? What does that look like? And I'm not just talking about visual image. I'm talking about full-on sensory vision of what you want. So I use tools like neuro-linguistic programming, big fancy name for helping you to visualize what you want, to change your beliefs. We have many different beliefs and different levels of beliefs. But the thing is, at that level of vision, what is it that you want your life to be like? So to love you and to love your life and to really enjoy every aspect of it, who are you to be living this journey? What is that journey about? Where does it take you to? But nothing happens unless you do the third step. So the third step of succeeding is to take action. And that's where I learned that what I was doing was actually called coaching at the time. I didn't even know it. I was just doing it. There wasn't even a field called coaching at the time, but I was doing everything that coaches do to help people get out of their own way, to help people to hold space for you to create your life by design. And that's where I created the program, Designing the Ultimate You. And my book, which is right over here, The Entrepreneur's Guide to Designing the Ultimate You, is all about not the destination. It's about taking your life from your vision to the action, no matter what environment you're in, no matter what circumstances happen around you. And what I learned over the years is that it's not that life is a destination, it's a journey. So when you make the journey the destination, guess what? Then you're always there. You get to enjoy the journey. So think about, you want to enjoy the journey, right? You want to make the most of the journey of every single moment. Right now is all we have. So yes, loving the person that you're becoming, that's great. Thinking about who you are and gathering resources from the past, that's great. But it's who are you right now on this journey? Because you're always on your journey. You can't not be on your journey. Sometimes we feel like we get off our path a little bit. Things happen, they throw us off. But it's not about what happens to you. Like I said, I've heard it many times and you've probably heard it also. It's not what happens to you, it's what you do with it. It's the choices that you make. So you can look at it and say, oh, that's the worst thing that ever happened to me, or that's the best thing that ever happened to me, or I don't know. It's just happening and I'm going to deal with it the best I can. And it's not about being perfect. It's about being excellent. So I have a challenge for you. And that challenge is to look at that wall, that fear, that illusion, false evidence appearing real. And I know Terrence likes acronyms. False evidence appearing real, or like what a lot of people do, face everything and run. But the thing is, it's really, what do you do with that? You have the opportunity to face everything and rise, to really become the ultimate version of you. So what choice can you make right now about who you are to live your ultimate life? Thank you.
Mark, great, 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 great. We loved it. We loved it. We loved it. And yes, I do love those acronyms. So, you can decide to face every day and run, or you can decide to face every day and rise. And what I love about you, Mark, is that you rise to every occasion. You literally stand in the gap for us who are trying to make those decisions and turn them into choices. So we appreciate you for helping us to relax in our moment of decision, to envision what we want for our future, and by being in the journey all the time, we get to succeed, thanks in part to you. So thank you, my friend. We appreciate you.
Cool. Thank you, Terrence. I'm glad to be here.
All right. That is Mark Siegel. Check him out. He was also part of our BTBS Academy. He's doing great things. Make sure you check out his program so that you can relax, envision, and succeed and continue to be the best person you can be. All right, guys, we hope you are enjoying yourself. We see people who are still joining us who've been along for the ride since we started a couple of hours ago. We thank you so much for always being a part of our BTBY virtual events. Again, go check us out at comechangeyourlife.com. Comechangeyourlife.com. See all the great things that are happening here at BTBY. There's the internet link right there on your screen. Find out about our upcoming events, find out about our speaker academy, find out how you can get in to the family. Yeah, we don't just have clients, we don't just have students, we are all about family. If you want to be a part of this family and become a better version of yourself, then that's where we need you to be. All right, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker, she's ride or die. She's part of the BTBY family. And for the past 20 years, she has been dealing with food and beverage equality, making sure that there's no floaties in your water. But despite having a stable and successful career, something always felt a little bit off in her life. After some deep soul searching, she discovered that her true superpower wasn't found in a lab, y'all. It was in helping business owners bring order to their daily chaos, bringing clarity to the chaos. And she's titled herself the conductor of chaos. And she's an integral part of what we do here at Becoming the Better You. She champions authenticity, mental health, and suicide awareness. And her mission is to help others find clarity in their own stories and live life on purpose. This is none and only our good friend, our good backbone, not the sidekick, but the superpower in her own right, Miss Kenya Craft. Hey, all right,
Hello,
Kenya, how
Terrence. How
are
are
you?
you today?
I am doing fabulous. How are you?
I am doing amazing.
Well, we are
For
so glad.
everybody out there, huh?
Go ahead, finish.
I was just going to say, I would like to introduce myself. I am Kenya Crafts. I am the conductor of chaos at the BTBY. I help business owners and people get the little bits of chaos that are running around in their life and conduct them into a manner that helps them be productive instead of just the background noise that is life.
Well, Kenya, the stage is yours, so we're going to let you conduct the rest of this presentation.
All right. Thank you so much, Terrence. As I began the journey of loving who I am, I discovered that you needed to start where you are. I, for a very, very long time, did not like myself. I had a different name. When I was young, there were points and laughs and snickers. And some adults that I was introduced to basically flat out refused to remember what my name was. I had to explain why my parents weren't Christian. Every Monday morning in second grade, there was the question, who went to church? And I was one of two young people that did raise their hand that they did not attend. And I had to explain this over and over. It was very shameful for me. It was another reason why I was different. I didn't like normal girl stuff. I was a tomboy. I was way more interested in He-Man and the Thundercats and going out and wading through streams and climbing trees. And most of the other girls that I knew were not interested in anything like that. And then, let's fast forward to my corporate business life. I didn't seem to think or feel or often react to situations in the same way that a lot of my peers did. I seem to have much more concern about the well-being of the workers than a lot of the other management. I sometimes had trouble with over volunteering and doing all these other things where everybody else just seemed to hunker down and just focus on their own little world. And so I would say it was about 2011, and I challenged my husband. For those of you who know myself and Johnny Avocado, I would imagine it's very hard to imagine us as very negative people and that we weren't happy with our lives at all. But one day I had to sit down on the side of the bed and look at him and say, hey, we either need to figure out what we want with our lives, or we need to decide that we're going to put the effort into making what we have into something. Because I could tell that neither one of us was finding satisfaction in where we were at the time. And so about that time, I was on a business trip and I found myself stuck in an airport, and I wandered through and I found a book. And it was Start Where You Are by Chris Gardner. You might know him from In Pursuit of Happiness. He's the same author. Now, I ended up sitting on the plane and in the airport reading this book with tears just streaming down my face as I felt myself changing right then and there, and understanding that it didn't matter where I needed to go. I needed to start with what I had and build from there. I really began evaluating who I was and what kind of life I wanted to lead. So many things that I had been shameful about, I had to change my mindset. I had to become authentic in the person that I wanted to be and wanted to become. At one point, I remember taking a personality test while I was working in corporate. And it was it was what I thought I needed to answer, that I was there for people, to serve people, this and that, very motherly, which is a very big side of myself. That is who I am at home for my family, my husband, my kids. And I often call myself the mom of the workplace. I'm the one chasing you around, telling you to drink water. And if you have a headache, do you need some ibuprofen? But that's not the only part of me. And so years later, I take this personality test again, and I saw myself starting to make those same check marks, answer those questions the same way again. And I had to stop and I had to think, is that who I really am? Is that who I was then? And for sure, is that who I want to be? And I hit back and back and back, and I started that over. And as I answered these questions, I felt a relief that I was saying the things that I really wanted to say instead of saying the things that I thought everybody wanted to hear. So now in my journey of becoming, I have learned to embrace my name. I love my name. It is a unique thing about me. And I have learned that it has several different meanings. One who has stripes. Well, stripes are the camouflage of the wilderness. I think that I can blend into almost any situation. I know how to behave in church, and I know how to behave at a party, and it's not the same way. an honest person. Well, I sure try to be. And I've learned I had to be honest with myself through this journey. And queen of a kingdom. And I am happy now to embrace that I am the queen of my household with my king, Johnny Avocado. I have learned to embrace who I am. Through my own child's diagnosis, learned that I have ADHD. And just learning that helped me to understand many things in my past and why I acted in certain ways. And even more to be able to now move forward and understand that I am way overthinking all sorts of things, and most of the people are not taking it that seriously. I also had to embrace my own battle with depression. In 2020, at the end of the year, I had some very, very hard thoughts. And my love for my husband and my children are what made me face it and come to him and tell him that I was considering suicide. And that the thing was keeping me from doing it was that I didn't want him or one of our kids to find me. It was a very long 3 months waiting for that doctor's appointment, and I held on, and I am here. And so for those of you out there who are saying it's okay to not be okay, I challenge you to then take that knowledge and figure out how to become okay again. Because we all need to feel all the feelings. However, being stuck at the pit of despair, staring into the darkness, that's never where you want to stay. I also had to embrace that I am the superhero to my superhero. Johnny Avocado is vibrant and dynamic and a lot of in your face. Well, it takes me in the background, taking all of the minutia out of his way and being his superpower in that way to allow him to be the amazing man he is. And for a very long time, I felt that that made me less. No. Behind every great man, there is a great woman. I had to acknowledge that I am one of those great women behind this great man. Also in this process, I had to learn to become authentic with myself and who I am. I am a super nerd. For those of you that know me very well, you know that I love to cosplay. I love to go to Comic-Con. I am that person. I build my own costumes. I embrace it. And I love the challenge of having to come up with a new and exciting costume every year. I love music. I am the person that will sit next to you in the cubicle and sing along to the radio. That's me. And so I really hope that we like the same music. And it's also one of the big reasons why I've discovered that I just don't fit into corporate very well. I'm a lot. I don't like to have to sit and not fidget and be quiet. And I love to think outside the box and just make things happen. And that leads to the fact that I love to be absolutely silly. And sometimes that doesn't fit into a corporate environment very well. But that's okay, because I have found my home at the B2BY. I understand that my energy is not going to rub everybody else's energy the right way. And that's okay, because I have raised my vibration from where it was, and I am not the negative person that I was. And part of that negativity was trying to keep myself in check and keep myself quiet. I am still becoming the person that I love, but I love the person that I am today. I am comfortable in my own skin, and I encourage you to really sit down and become authentic with yourself and ask yourself if you are just chasing things that you think you need to because everybody else is doing it, or are you being who you really need to be? Start where you are.
I love it. Kenya, start where you are. You know, that is a great way to end a powerful presentation. You know, you said something in your presentation that really stuck out with me. Many times in the journey, as Mark talked about being the destination, we have those moments where we wonder who we are, who we were, and who we hope to be. But that's all part of the journey, because in the journey you get to reflect on all those things. You get to reflect on who the person you were, as well as who the person is you are becoming. And then you get to see if you're on the journey the way you want to be. And we are glad to see that your superpower is being able to see yourself in that journey, making the corrections that you need to make, standing up, and showing out, and bringing clarity not only to yourself, but to everybody around you in this world of chaos. So we thank you for what you do, Kenya, and for what you shared with us today.
Absolutely, Terrence. And one other thing, it's okay if you want different things today than your past self wanted before, because you have different experiences, and that's part of growing.
Absolutely. And that's part of becoming the better you each and every day. Good, better, best. We can't let it rest until our good becomes our better, and our better becomes our best. And each day you have that opportunity to be better. And sometimes being better means making a change. So thank you for enlightening us and bringing that clarity to our life. Thank you so much, Kenya.
Thank you. We'll
All right, so that was Kenya Craft. A great day. You know what? I'm just so filled with emotion and so filled with praise for all these speakers that are coming on today, sharing their message, being transparent, being vulnerable, but also letting you know that hey, it's not about the destination; it's about the journey and who you become on that journey. So we hope you stick and stay, finish out the rest of the day. We have more great, experienced, exciting, insightful speakers coming your way. And another one is coming up right now. She is a speaker coach in her own right. She is doing big things on an even bigger stage. And we're so glad that she's been able to take some time out to spend with us today. Her name is Marla Press, and she is the founder of Speakers on Fire, that academy and Superior Speakers Clubs, and she's also a public speaking coach. And she loves to talk about the art of presence. As a matter of fact, that's one of the main things that she trains on. She coaches you to wow every room that you walk into so you magnetically attract more clients and wealth. Now, whether you want to fire up your talk, ignite your storytelling, make your offer sizzle, or heat up your cash flow, you are ready to be hot off the press by hanging out with our friend, Miss Marla Press. Hey,
Oh my
Marla.
gosh, it's getting hot in here already, Terrence.
It's getting hot in here. And we see you got your fire color on ready to wow us as well, right?
You betcha.
Absolutely. Well, Marla, we thank you for joining us, spending a little time with us here at our BTBY virtual event. The stage is yours.
Oh my gosh, is there something on my shoulder? I think there's something there. Do you see anything? I hear something. I hear a voice. It's saying, "You are enough. This is your moment. Your message is important. People need to hear what you have to say." And I love this voice. It's an amazing friend, an amazing voice. But she wasn't always so kind. She used to say things like, "You're not enough. You don't look good enough. Your message doesn't really matter. Nobody wants to hear what you have to say. And you're just not ready. I mean, maybe if you get a couple more college degrees, maybe if, when your kids are gone, maybe then you'll be ready." Well, I'm glad I booted her off my shoulder because that was heavy. And we all have these voices. So now I'm so happy to say that I'm loving the person I've become and the voice that I choose to listen to. So in our short time together today, I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Question number 1 is, what voice is on your shoulder? And which voice do you choose to listen to? Maybe you listen to the negative voice a lot, and that's what you hear the most, and you're struggling. Maybe you got the one voice on this side saying all these good things, and the other voice on that side saying all these negative things, and you're struggling and you're in conflict, and it shows. Or maybe you hear the positive voice most of the time. You're in that place, which is great. But every once in a while, pop, that negative voice comes out. So we all have these voices, and we can choose what we listen to. It's really important. When I was growing up, I experienced a lot of trauma, and I never spoke up about it. In fact, I was pretty shut down, quiet. At times, I barely spoke at all. So I've got a question for you, number 2. Has there ever been a time in your life where you weren't speaking up? Now, come on, I want to see some hands on this one, because I know it's 100% of us at times have not spoken up. Whether it didn't have to be a trauma or something major, it could just be in a relationship or at school or at work where you didn't speak up. And how do you bring that forward into your current life? How does that affect your relationships when you don't speak up? How does it affect your business when you don't get out there and speak enough? It affects all of us. And so I want to say that I got through this trauma by experiential exercises. And that seems kind of weird. Like, what the heck is that? But it's basically not just talking about things, but going through exercises to really change and transform, because that is how we transform. It's through doing, through action, through living it, through experiencing things, and not just through talking about things, even though, you want to talk and you want to speak up. So the reason that I now use experiential exercises in teaching people how to speak is because it's so valuable, and that's how we transform. And I'm all about transforming and not just giving information. And I make up a term I love making things up. So I made up a term for myself. I am a public speaking life coach. It's almost like one word, public speaking life coach. And that is, I'm a life coach because as a speaker, things come up, right? You have those voices talking to you. And all kinds of things like imposter syndrome and thinking you don't look good enough or you're not sure about your message. All those self-doubts come up. And I want you to feel this pulse, this life pulse, this energy pulse through you, to be fired up and radiate that to your audience so they feel you, so they really get that life force so that they can feel full of life and make changes in their life. That's what I want for you as a speaker. And we've heard about journeys, we've heard about presence today, and those are so important because it was a journey for me. I didn't always speak this way. I said I barely spoke at all when I was younger. And what really helped me, besides the experiential exercises, was I fell in love with theater. And in theater, right, that's what actors do. They're not themselves, right? I could be somebody else. I didn't have to be myself. And so I was very comfortable being on stages. I was in musical theater, I was in plays, I was in dance companies, and it was great, but there was something missing. And so when, as my career, I went to be a practice management consultant in the medical field, I went out there and I was performing and I gave great information, but I wasn't connecting to people. And it really affected people, whether they wanted to work with me or not. Because it's not enough to get applause and for people to think, oh, you're a great speaker. You have to build that connection and that trust. And that's what I was missing. And that's what I got from the art of presence. And, presence isn't something we can just intellectualize about. It's not something that is, you can just say, okay, I'm going to be more present now. You really have to experience it and know what it feels like. To me, presence is being in your full body energy and not just being mindful, even though mindful is really important, to be mindful, to be in the present moment. But it's also this energy that's in your full body. And that's where you really connect to people, is from that space. And we've all experienced, energy and presence. They're kind of buzzwords. What are they? But let's say you meet somebody at, it could be a meeting, could be a grocery store, wherever, and they look okay. They're dressed okay. They say okay things, but you get this kind of creepy feeling from them, and you don't know what it is, but you just don't trust them. You don't want to be around them. And then maybe you met your spouse this way, your best friend, you meet somebody, and you just feel drawn to them. You feel like you want more of them. And it's not that they look perfect or they say the perfect thing, but it's this chemistry, this energy we can't explain. So we've all experienced that. And that is what I want for you to have as a speaker when you go to speak your truth and your message, which is so important. And I do this exercise with people that gets you in your body because, again, you can't intellectualize about it. And we all know to speak from the heart. But if you speak from the heart and the gut, which is not a real pretty word, the gut, so I call it the home space, where you're truly home. That is where you're connected to the universe and where the resourcefulness and everything gets birthed from this place. This is the essence of who you are. And if you want to experience that exercise, because we don't have time to go through it today, but you can connect with me and then we can go through that exercise. It only takes about 10 minutes and it is magic. So I'd love to go through that with you. When I speak, the best feedback I get is, I love your energy. I hear that a lot. And that's what I want for you, is to have, you don't have to have high energy all the time. It's not about high versus low. It's this quality of your energy. And the best feedback I ever got was somebody said, I want what she's having. And by now, not everybody remembers, it was a long time ago, but the Harry Met Sally movie where they were in the restaurant And now I think it was a Super Bowl commercial they did recently where they reenacted that scene with Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan. And, she acted like she felt so good that other people in the restaurant were saying, I want what she's having. And that's what I want for you to share with your audience so that they feel like they want more of you. And maybe you're not going to be quite as much as Sally was in the restaurant, because that was a little overboard. But you want to have that kind of contagious energy that people want more of. And that's what I want to show you how to do. It's so important. Your voice is your most precious, powerful possession. And it's up to you to make the choice to not only listen to the voices on your shoulder that are the positive voices, but it's also to listen to your own voice and know and have confidence that your message is important. What you have to say does matter a lot. And you want to be able to share that with other people so that you speak, so people listen. Because there's too many people out there that they're inspiring and they've got great messages and they're being listened to, but they're not quite being heard. There's a difference. Are you being heard? Are you motivating people and moving people to take action on whatever your message is? Because that's what's most important. It's getting that result and not just speaking to speak, not just speaking at people, but speaking so people listen.
Thank you, Marla. That was wonderful.
Thank you so much for having me on your stage. This is so great. And I love your message for you and Terrence to become the better you and have people always live up to their full potential. It's, we all need to hear that.
We do. And, we can't keep our head in the sand because of mistakes. We all make mistakes. I don't care who we are. And depression and self-worth and all these things cannot be fixed by money or a job or whatever. We're broken and it doesn't discriminate. And we need to understand that it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. We are not just a victim of our circumstances, but we can create our own voice and listen to the positive voices and bring that out. And yes, people that want to experience that more, just speakwithmarla.com is on the screen there. I'd love to speak with each of you and just see how we can help you reach your full, better you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Marla.
Thank you.
So who we got next?
So who we have next? We have one of, this guy. He's another one of those guys that when you see him walk in the room, you just feel better because he is just so full of joy. Every ounce of him just exudes the joy and the happiness that he has in his life. This guy is on a mission to help you get out of your own way and unlock your true potential. And don't we all need that in our lives? By fostering a spirit of Yeah, absolutely. By fostering a spirit of pride, Brenda, Austin believes that together we can create meaningful and positive change in our lives as well as in our businesses. And when he's not dedicated to helping others achieving that goal, you might find him playing his guitar, lost in a captivating book, following the thrill of Formula One racing, which is down here in Florida over this next month, or enjoying those cherished moments with his new bride, Megan. But today, I want you to cherish the moments that Austin is going to provide to you because he is truly loving the person he's becoming. So let's welcome to the stage, Austin Atchison. Hey, Austin.
Hey, Austin.
Hey, guys. Sorry. I actually just finished watching some qualifying while listening to people speak. I was watching Formula One at the same time. But yeah, let's get right into it. Are we ready for me to start?
Stage is yours.
All right,
Yes,
cool.
the
So
stage is yours. Take it away.
wanted to start with saying thank you for having me and providing the opportunity. Brenda and Terrence, phenomenal job so far, and all the speakers have been incredible, especially the last two. I mean, I've heard Kenya's story before, but every time it hits me pretty hard. But yeah, so happy Saturday to everyone, and I hope that I can give you guys some wisdom or some help in helping loving the person that you're becoming. I wanted to start off with why I got into speaking, or how I came about being a speaker. And I have been was a swimmer from age 4 all the way through college. And when I graduated, I wanted to make sure I stayed present with swimming. Obviously, it was my happy place. I really wanted to make sure I was still around it, and not to mention be able to help the kids in the area have the opportunities that I had growing up, to help pay for college, help understand hard work and passion for things will create positive change in your life and help you be happy and successful. And I had always been a little bit better at motivating people and kind of getting them out of their own way than I was at doing that for myself. Not to say I was a bad athlete. I mean, I obviously went to a Division I school and I did fairly well, but I was always a little bit better helping my teammates do that. So I always really knew coaching and speaking was kind of something I was very good at. I also have been a salesperson during this whole time for over the last 12 years since I graduated, and really for the same reason. I really always wanted to help people get out of their own way, to reach levels that they didn't know they could reach, to be the happiest they could be, and to focus everything they have on the things that will help them be successful. So with all of that, I knew I had been happy with what I had been doing, but with the state of the world and how angry people are, the hate, the divide and everything, and how it was affecting the people I loved, my swimmers, and the people I sold to, I decided it was time to expand a little bit rather than just be a coach and a salesperson, where I had a very relatively small audience to impart this on. Not that even just one person would be huge to be able to get to understand that you're in control of your own happiness and success. So that's a little bit how I got into this and why I'm so passionate about continuing it and reaching as many people as I can. So in regards to loving the person that you're becoming, I struggled a lot with what I was going to talk about today. That's because, honestly, I'm going through a lot of change in my life at the moment. Now, I considered really getting into detail about it over the last 5 months. My little sister passed away, and I got married, as Terrence said. I changed jobs. My wedding photographer lost all of our photos, which did not sit well with me, but even worse for my wife. And then I wasn't able to balance my emotions too well and got myself into a little legal trouble. And I'm battling through all of that. Now, since I'm navigating all of this, I wasn't sure how I was going to talk about that in regards to loving oneself. But I will always say, and people who know me well know that I say this all the time, you teach best what you need to learn most. And I believe that because when you need to learn something and you're struggling with it, you think about it constantly, or a lot. You focus on all the different things you could have done, or the things that should be, or anything of that nature. And that gives you the wisdom, or gives you the ability to impart some wisdom that somebody may not have thought of something the way you did. And they might be struggling with something similar, but never really considered that certain element. So it's very important to know that you have something to offer, even when you struggle with it yourself. But as I've been navigating this time in my life, I actually was reminded of a swimmer that I had a couple of years ago. Now, this swimmer was a really, really bright, happy guy. I got along with him well because we were very similar with the idea that when we came in, we wanted everyone to be happy around us. He was a fairly hard worker. He would always push himself to be above what he was. And, ultimately just a really good kid. But at the beginning of this season, I noticed a big change in him. His body language was very different. He was down. He wasn't really pushing himself. He was putting himself in a slower lane during practices, not really trying to get faster, just kind of going through the motions. He also wasn't as talkative. He wasn't really being that light in the room. He didn't really ask people how they were doing, try to motivate them or anything like that. And he would also get out a bunch to sit on the bleachers and just kind of space out. I didn't know then that his father actually passed away just before our season had started, which hit me like a ton of bricks because my dad has been and is now my best friend. And I don't even know if I could have continued swimming in high school if my dad had passed away at that age. And so it was very heartbreaking for me to hear and to see someone having to fight through that at that time. But one of the days that he was there and he was seemingly struggling a little bit more than he had been, he was sitting on the bleachers and I could see tears in his eyes and he was really just staring. And that's, obviously one way you can tell someone's really in their own head. And those of you who haven't swam for training purposes, it's not like cycling, it's not like track, it's not like football or anything like that. When your head's in the water and you're doing a long set, it's just you and your brain. There's no one to talk to. You're working hard, you're hurting, but you're in your own head. Anything that's going on in your life, you will start to think about. So it's a very difficult thing to do when you're having something like that weigh on you. So I walked over to him that day that he seemed to be struggling a little bit more. Excuse me. And I just wanted to talk to him. I just wanted to let him know there was somebody there he could speak to and let it all out, sort of speak. And my goal wasn't to try to fix anything. There's nothing to fix in that situation. People have to have time and they have to go through it in a certain way to evaluate and get through it in their own time and way. But I sat down and I told him, hey, I don't really know a whole bunch about the situation. Would you mind telling me a little bit about it if you're feeling up to it? And he spent the next 10 minutes just unloading, straight 10 minutes where he really just let it all out. And that was very telling on how much he really needed to reflect on everything that was happening, whether he was just feeling like no one wanted to hear, he didn't want to affect anyone else by it or anything like that, but he was definitely hurting from, feeling horribly sad, lost, trying to help his mom navigate through all of this, and just not sure where to go from here. So honestly, there wasn't much for me to say. One, I haven't experienced that, and two, there's nothing you can say. I keep saying that, but there really is nothing, and he has to understand a couple of things, and that's what I realized was, well, let me focus on the things you can control, and that was there is no correct way to go about this and navigate this next stage of your life. You just have to focus on reflecting on everything, making sure that you don't hold anything back, that you're not holding things in and it's going to take a bad turn one day whenever you're just feeling really emotional about it. It's important to reflect on your emotions and make sure you're always looking at them. Two, you need to make sure that you're not too hard on yourself. It's okay to not be okay, much as what Kenya had said. It is important to understand that you're not okay all the time, and not to get down on yourself for that, or a minor setback or a large setback. And then also how strong he was and how strong he would become being able to navigate through all of this. The fact that he was there showed huge growth and strength. Even though he was getting out and he was down on himself for sitting out, not pushing himself. And I let him know, you are pushing yourself. You're here when you could easily be at home doing nothing and festering and hurting yourself even more. So that actually brings me to what I want to bring up as far as how to love the person you're becoming. And that is simply self-reflection, self-compassion, and growth. Now, in our talk, I discussed with him, the reflection was how he was feeling, and getting it out helps almost more than anything anybody could say. So the advice is almost irrelevant, just as long as he's always reflecting on it. Because the more you can reflect on something, it encourages you to examine thoughts and emotions and behaviors, enabling better, stronger ability in decision making for challenges and setbacks and hardships. Self-compassion, by being okay with not being okay. That's a very important thing to state. I will stand by that anytime. And understanding that, and taking the courage to take action with it. That's a big part of it. Things aren't easy, but you can't just let them happen to you. You have to take action with it, and that takes a lot of courage. 80% of what people tell themselves, or what everyone tells themselves, comes from a negative format. Self-compassion counters this. It allows you to treat yourself with kindness and understanding rather than just straight judgment, which everyone always feels like they have, either from themselves or other people. The growth was shown that he was there at practice every day, going to school, doing everything as well as he could, and not giving up. Because a lot of us feel like giving up. I felt it. I know everyone else here has felt it a little bit. But the growth fosters resilience. Each change or hardship can contribute a more robust inner strength. And that ultimately is what I wanted to state about loving the person you're becoming. Self-reflection, self-compassion, and growth. Don't shy away from them. Make sure they become your partner, and you can start loving the person you're becoming. And that's all I got for you guys today. I mean, I could continue on this for hours, but that's what I got today.
Well, Austin, do you have one little piece of advice on getting out of your own way?
Getting out of your own way. I don't want to steal this from Spence, because he did say it very clearly, and that is, you got to be honest with yourself. You know, he had said it at the beginning of his speech that you got to look at yourself in the mirror every night and say, did I do everything I could to be the best version of myself? And that's huge. That's huge. And the more introspective you can be about that, the more you're going to be honest with yourself and get out of your own way to do these kinds of things.
Absolutely.
And that comes
Absolutely.
That comes with the self-reflection, the self-compassion, and the growth that you mentioned in your presentation. And it's out of that growth that you have the confidence to take a look in the mirror and see that, and see where you are, and see where you're about to go. So we thank you for sharing those tidbits with us on this day of loving the person that we're becoming. And we love the person that you're becoming too. All the flaws, all the successes, all the growth that you have coming your way.
It's the thing. Don't shy away from flaws.
Even in the midst of some stuff that's going on.
Yeah. And
so keep that in mind.
It's been hard not to, focus on those. But again, 80% of what people think of themselves comes from a negative place. And big goal of mine is to make sure I redirect those thoughts into positive potential outcomes or gifts from the problems that I perceive, and moving forward with it,
Yes.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not so much about what you go through, Austin. It's about what you grow through. And like you said at the end, that growth builds the resilience. So we thank you so much for sharing that message of growth with us. And we appreciate you, Austin. All right?
Yeah. Thank you guys very much.
All right. Have a great day, Austin. That was Austin Atchison. Again, these I'm aging myself when I say these young cats, but these young cats, our next speaker probably knows exactly what I'm talking about. These young cats are really hitting us with some wisdom this afternoon. Wouldn't you agree, Brenda?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And Austin also took our class.
Yes, he
was
did.
In class. A lot of them on here were part of our class participants. I think he was in there about 2 years ago.
Yeah. Absolutely. Did a great job then, and you can see the growth in what he had to present with us today. So we thank you, and we thank you guys who are continuing to watch us. Again, if you see something in some of these speakers that we're bringing out to you today that makes you say that, hey, I've got a message and I'm ready to share it. I'm ready to create it. I'm ready to hone it so that I can become the better speaker, then going out and reach out to us. You know the link, comechangeyourlife.com. Go on over to that website. You'll see how you can be a part of our next Speaker Academy, which is coming right around the corner. Plus, you'll also see all the other exciting events we have coming your way. So stick and stay with BTBY. Comechangeyourlife.com. Ready for our next speaker?
All right, who's our next speaker?
Our next speaker, man, he's so many things that it would take probably the rest of the afternoon to say it, but let's just give you some highlights. He's a pastor. He's a faith-based mental health transformational specialist. He's an extended professor. He's an adjunct professor. He's a professional psalmist, singer, musician, songwriter, etc., etc., etc. But what's more important, he is loving the person that he's becoming. And he's here to share with you in his own special way how you too can love the person you're becoming. Let's welcome to the stage David A. Spencer. The doctor's in the house. Hey, Doc.
Hey, brother. Thank you. Thank you, Brenda and Terrence, for this opportunity to speak into the lives of the people. And obviously, I've already mentioned that I am a preacher, so you're probably going to hear a lot of that in my speech here to help you in this presentation. But you're going to get blessed because you are somebody. Amen.
You've got the virtual pulpit, Dr. Spencer, so take it away.
All righty. Well, thank you again, everyone. I pray that as you hear what I have to share with you, you'll glean something that'll help you in your transformation. First of all, let me tell you a little story. One time there was an old couple. Let's say they were in Central Park, beautiful, right? And they were walking together. They were old, about 80s, and they were holding hands and they're walking slow. And there was a young couple behind them. And they kept noticing how this old couple would reach over and they'd kiss and they'd hold hands and they were so cuddly. And the young couple, of course, was back there laughing. Look at this one. This is amazing. So they caught up to the old couple. And the young man said to the old man, he said, tell me, what is the secret of such a love lasting so long? And the old man looked at him and he said, adjust and readjust. Write that down. You need to write that down. Now, myself, I've come from a strong family, and I grew up with kind of a twisted mind because my family were very strong in our city. Matter of fact, there was 10 in my grandfather and grandmother had 10 kids. My mother was one. But they ranged from mafioso to government businesses, building most of the city that we were in. One of my uncles was a great architect. And, they instilled in me great values and I was greatly protected, but I didn't want to grow up being a tough guy, which happened for many years. And I never liked it. All I wanted to be was a musician. I wanted to play music, especially when the Beatles came out. Now I'm stating my age, like Brother Terrence said. I'm one of those old cats, brother. I'm an OG, okay? Been through a lot. So I'm speaking to you from experience. All I wanted to do was play music. You know why? Because I found something that I could do that made other people happy. So the first thing now, I need you to write things down, okay? And the first thing you need to write down is motive. What is your motive for changing, for reinventing yourself? Because that's what you're doing. Here's what the Bible says about you. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. Psalm 139, around 14 and 15. You are, period. No questions asked. So stop looking down on yourself. What you need to do is find out the gift that you were giving when you came to earth. All of us, We're given a gift. Could be business, administrative, could be athletic, could be arts and entertainment, but you've been given a gift. And once you find out what that gift is, then you can build on that. And you're going to love yourself literally to death. You'll be happy. I know that with the gift God gave me, and I started to develop it, and it was a process. Write that down. It's a process, a long process. But the gift has taken me to places that I couldn't believe. And it was all transformation. There were all kind of adjustments had to be made from the time of playing with my friends, we're playing rock bands and playing now I was brought up in the 60s, so when the Beatles came out, that's when the transition took place. But from then I played from the Chitlin circuit. If you don't know what that is, that's in the ghetto, in barrooms in the ghetto, or in Chinatown and old warehouses where they're gambling all the time. Very dangerous environments. But for the love of music, we went and played. God bless that. Went on. One day, a big transition took place where a friend of mine, who was a professor at Berklee School of Music in Boston, came to me and said, "Hey, Dave, I think there's a gig for you. I know you can do it." And I was like, "Well, what is it?" And he said, "It's an off-Broadway musical." I said, "Look, I don't read or write music. How am I going to do that?" He said, "You can do it because it's all the things you've been playing over the years." He said, "Will you go?" I said, "I'll go, but, I'm not going expecting much." And so I went. And as I entered into the audition room, there were about 16 other guitar players lined up. And I knew that these were Berklee students that could read and write music better than I could read or write English. But I said, "Well, I'm here, so another thing you have to do is get out of your comfort zone, write it down." See, I want to teach you with the time I have with you. I want to deposit, I want to impart to you ways to help you get to love yourself. Amen. First, you got to know who you are. And the only way you're going to find that out is going back to the word, so you can find out why you are here, what your gift is, and then how to build off of that foundation. This is how you're going to be happy and protected. For we know that the Bible says, "Look, the battle's mine. I got you. Cast your cares upon me. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. I know the plans that I have for you." All these things are critical. So with the music, God opened up many doors. One time I went to Europe to see a friend who was in the military, and he picked me up at the airport. We were on our way back to his place, but he wanted to stop at the NCO club. I said, fine. I wasn't a believer at that time. Somebody say it. Anyway, we went to the club, and there was a band in there, but they didn't have a guitarist. And I had my guitar in the trunk of the car. And I said, "Boy," I told my friend, I said, "I'm going to go up there and see if they're looking for a guitar player, because I need me some money while I'm in Europe." I went up, and the brother, his name was Don Nikoloff. He said, "You got a guitar?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Well, get it." I said, "Okay." I went up, I know these songs that you're playing, no problem. Because see, a good musician knows when not to play. Amen. So I did. And I ended up getting the gig and traveling all throughout Europe because I stepped up in faith on the thing that I loved, that I believed in, that I knew was my gift, and knew it made people happy, which made me happy and made me feel worth something. I had something to offer. You see, whatever you're pursuing and you want to change yourself, all right? It can't be selfish. It has to be selfless. You have to be concerned about who you're going to encounter with the gift and talent that you have. So again, first thing you have to do is make sure your motive is right. Write that down. Your motive is number one, your why. Why do you want to be who you are trying to be? And remember this too. I want to say this because I am certified with the DISC mental health system development, behavior development. Okay. And when you do the DISC, you have two charts, two graphs. One of them is when you're alone, how you are alone in private. The other is how you are when you're social, being social, when you're out among people. And the key that you want to be able to do is take who you are in private and shift it over to who you are social, so you don't have to be two people. You can be you. You can be your authentic self. Somebody had mentioned that earlier. All right. So you've got to make sure your motive is right. You've got to stop Next, stop, dream, and imagine. Oh man, let that thing get inside of you. It's got to be something that you would do whether you were paid or not. You would do it anyway. Like what I'm doing, I do this all over the world, actually. I've been speaking for 30 something years in Ghana, in Malaysia, in London, all over the place. With my musical ability, gave me the gift to do that, where people would invite me to lead worship conferences all over the world. So I found what I love and what has brought me to a place to bring joy and help to others. So my family, we got along, but when I started to go in the direction that I felt I needed to go, kind of separated a little. And that's okay. Because listen, you might want to write this down. What people think of you is none of your business. Amen. You just keep going with that dream, with that passion. Pursue your purpose with passion and watch doors open. Watch people come in to your circle that'll help you. Community is very important. Like this community, become the better person. You have to have a community of like-minded people that'll help you to accelerate, you see? Very important. So again, you've got to stop. You've got to look at the big picture. You've got to dream, write those down. Then you've got to journal. You've got to write things down about your journey, you see? Make sure there's so many components to it. You have to have time management, because I'm sure you have a family. I'm sure you work and you have other things that you're doing right now. Prayerfully that you will be able to generate an income from your gift, because listen, provision follows vision. Write it down. Provision follows vision. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about those things. Pursue your vision with passion again. Another thing you need to be aware of, write it down. Opinions. Everybody's got opinions. Yeah, it's like armpits. Everybody got a couple, and they usually only smell good to that person. Shh, don't say I said that. But you have to have core values. You need to have core values. Now, see, let me share with you, with my elders in my family, I've gone to them. I'm talking about those who are like 90s. And I said, tell me something to last me for my life and for my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And I have great-grandchildren right now. My oldest is 10. And they each told me different things. Now, my grandfather said, common sense. Use common sense and you'll be okay. Now, he had 10 kids, I told you earlier. Now, my uncle, who was 94, when I went to him, I said, Uncle, tell me something for the family, for the kids. He said, keep moving. Keep moving mentally, emotionally, physically, financially, relationally. Keep moving, keep growing. You see, he was the one who built most of the major buildings in our city, architecturally, designed them and everything. And then my godfather, he was 97. I said, Godfather, tell me something. He said, treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. And then it came to my mom. My mom is still alive. She's 94 in a nursing home. But I go see her every week. And she said, Dave, keep smiling. Keep smiling. Stay happy. Stay content. And you'll be okay. And pass that on to my great-great-grandchildren, who she has now. So there's a process that has to be embraced. And you can't get down on yourself. Matter of fact, you need to really, I keep a little mirror with me, see? And I have to look at myself and say, listen, that idea you're trying to, no, we can't do that, because whenever I listen to you, you get me in trouble. Keep a mirror with you. You need to have daily a conversation with yourself. First thing in the morning, when you get to that bathroom, you look in that mirror and say, I love you, man. I'm going to look out for you. I'm taking care of you. I know you have to deal with this world system and all the stuff that is going to be thrown at you today, but I got you, you see? And you tell yourself, I love you. I love you. I need you and you need me. And remember, the second commandment says to love your neighbor as you love yourself. So really, you can't even love until you love yourself. You have to go back to the future. Amen. You go back, find out. In other words, it's like a rose. I like to use that illustration because a rose smells beautiful. It looks good to the outside, but the essence of it is when you stop peeling the petals, the scent gets stronger and stronger. And the real you, when you start taking off all this stuff that you've accumulated from the world, your authentic self becomes truer and truer. And that's where your joy lies, in yourself. Many things have happened to me throughout the years. And the main thing, I believe, is when I got born again. Yes, I was 32 years old and tired of the life I had created for myself. Matter of fact, when I lead people to the Lord, I always tell them the first thing you got to say is, forgive me for making a mess of the life you gave me. I need to start over, right? And it happens. So once that happened to me, everything started to change directions. And this is when I started to do albums and record for Hosanna Integrity and travel the world behind these big preachers leading worship. And prior to that, before I became a Christian, I was already doing Atlantic City and Vegas and Akron, Ohio, Tangiers and all these high class rooms. And it was all right, but it was all selfish. It was all sex, drugs, and rock and roll until I received Christ. Then things changed. And now it was more to impart and see people weep and see people's hearts transformed by the worship and the ministry that went on. Amen. And so, again, you have to really focus. I worked in a prison for a little while. And one thing I like about working in prison, folks are real. Okay. After they detox, they have to detox a couple of weeks and then they have to trust you. But once that happens, you have a friend for life. And I have my church. I have people in my church. If I put them together, they've done more prison time than the United States is old. Okay. And I love it. I love working with them because they're real. I have to tell people, listen, there's certain things I can't say in front of my people because if they find out I'm having a hard time, they're not all the way that saved yet. But you have to go forward. Don't quit. Journal. You need to laugh. Somebody said it earlier. Laugh at yourself. Laugh at yourself. See, when you look in the mirror, you can say, I know you and you know me. We've been together since the time we put on flesh. You see, you got to look in that mirror and have a discussion with yourself. You'll be better off for it. I'm Dr. David A. Spencer, drdavidspencer.com. Kingdom Mindset Development. Here to help you. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I love the little mirror. I'm going to have to, I have one, but I don't ever use it. I'm going to start using it.
So the
That's a
mirror
great
and the
analogy.
crown is it's just going to become even that much more powerful.
Well,
Thank you, Dr.
then I don't want to be the wicked stepmother on Snow White.
Thank you so much. It's been such an honor and a privilege to present. And I pray that even those who are listening that are part of the program have received some nuggets. Amen.
Oh, amen.
Well,
Well, thank you, David.
Yes, we learn a lot from old cats. So I'm glad I can share the stage with another old cat. But you're wearing that hat, doctor. You wearing it.
Yeah, you got to wear the hat. Branding.
All right. Thanks so much. That is
God bless you.
Dr. David A. Spencer. Man, check him out. And check out all our speakers. Go back and listen to this. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Facebook. You're watching us on any of the social media that BTBY is on right now. It's great to get it live, but it's always good to go back and get it again so that you can really let it sink in. So, Brenda, we are coming down to the wire, but we still got some phenomenal speakers in the queue. Are you ready for our next one?
This is one of my favorite guys.
Yeah. And you know what? We don't even need the script. I got the script, but I think, what people need to hear from you is a personal story about this guy. So, what does this guy mean to BTBY?
Well, first off, his friendship, I can't even put a value on it because it exceeds anything. But he created our logo. He's on our board. He has talked me off of many ledges. He's got a lot of common sense. He loves the Lord, and he's just a true, real friend. And he loves what we do. We love what he does. No questions asked when we ask him if he's going to be part of something. He just says, yes, I'll get right back to you. And it's usually a yes. If he can't figure it out, he's going to find a way to say yes. And I love that about him. I also met him at that same time I met you through Dr. Ruben West. I've spoken in Africa with him together.
Yes. That was a good room that you were in that day, huh?
It was a good room. Your circle matters. Your circle matters. That's all I can say.
Yes,
Well,
yes, yes.
let's bring him
Well,
up.
yeah, a lot of what you said cannot be put on a bio that you send out to every event planner, but we wanted to make sure that it was known. But his bio says he is a highly sought after international motivational speaker, award-winning author, personal development strategist who helps people take an objective look at themselves, as the CEO of SacconiPrince.com, whose slogan is making motivation personal by introducing you to yourself. The man, the myth, the legend, he is among us. I like to call him Doctor, but you can call him Paid. This is Sacconi Prince.
Hello. Can you hear me?
With us, we can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay,
He goes.
good.
You answered the call, Sacconi, and I love that about you. But what I really love the most is how you put Christ and your family above all.
Yeah. Well, I tell you that there is a huge weight of responsibility. I actually live by the scripture, to whom much is given, much is required.
Yes.
But I think a lot of people have yet to really understand what they've been given. I think they've yet to really take an inventory of what they have. And if they did that, they would see the requirements that come with it. And I learned that story from, believe it or not, Spider-Man, because Uncle Ben told Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility.
That's right.
Yes.
So you
And
just
that's
gave
just
us
a
all
paraphrase.
permission to watch movies.
There you go. And that's just a paraphrase of that scripture. To whom much is given, much is required. But like they've said, my name is Sacconi Prince of SacconiPrince.com, where we make motivation personal by introducing you to yourself. And I've had a chance to listen to all of the speakers this morning, and it's been an amazing opportunity for those who are tuned in to understand that there's more that you can do, and you can love who you are becoming. But I have a question for you. And my question for you is this: do you love you? I know that seems like a crazy question, but I want you to answer that. Do you love you? So many people will say, yes, of course I love me. Why do you ask me that? That's a silly question. Yes, I love who I am. Well, my question to you, my follow-up question would be, okay, so what have you done to show yourself that you love you? What have you done to really show yourself that you love you? So many people I know are living beneath their privilege. That's because they have yet to draw that boundary with themselves and say, you know what? I deserve better. I deserve to be a better version of myself. I don't deserve to hang out with these people or to do these things or to go these places or to allow myself to be treated this way. I deserve better. Do you love you? If somebody was watching your life from a distance, if somebody was a fly on the wall in your life, what would they see? What would they hear? Would they hear you talking positive about yourself or to yourself? Or would they hear you just beating yourself up? Would they see you taking a back seat to everything else going on in your life? Would they see you not standing up for yourself? Do you love you? So many of us go through life and we find ourselves in situations that are not serving us. They're not benefiting us. They are not bringing us to the place that we want to be. They're not the example of the life that we want to show somebody else. And if somebody else had to step into our shoes, would they be happy? I know somebody else is saying, Sacconi, I would love to have the life you have. Yeah, but there's a cost to be the boss. And there's something that has to go on when it comes to you stepping into that part of your life. So again, do you love you? Do you love the person that you are? And okay, so we're talking about loving the person that you're becoming, the person that you're coming into. I remember hearing that Albert Einstein said that imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attractions. Who do you imagine yourself to be? Some people say, well, if I had a better spouse, or if I had more money, or if I had a better job, or if I looked a certain way, if I lived in a certain place, drove a certain car, wore certain clothes, I would be better. But it's not about your spouse or the clothes or the money or the house or where you live. It's about what's on the inside. And that's the work that I believe all of us need to do. The person that we want to be, the person that we want to become. I know so many people fall in love with potential, but we need to make sure that we're falling in love with what it is on the inside of us. I spoke earlier about to whom much is given, much is required. And so many of us haven't taken the time to take an inventory of what we have. We don't see our value. But we need to learn to value our value and see what value our value brings. Because it's not a value if it only impacts and helps you. Dr. Miles Monroe said the fruit isn't for the tree. And your gift, your ability, your talent, your calling isn't just for you, but it's for you to serve humanity. But if you don't see it as that, you'll take it and tuck it away. You'll take it and hide it. You'll go somewhere and sit in a corner and eat sandwiches and not do a thing with what you've been given. But if you understand that somebody is hungry for what it is you have, somebody needs your presence, somebody needs your encouragement, somebody needs your story or just your listening ear. If you never realize that, you will leave them starving for what you have. But if you take a minute to just do an inventory of the gifts, abilities, talents, and calling on your own life, you'll see there's a responsibility that comes with this. I have to do something with this. I cannot just sit, soak, and sour in my current situation. I got to put in some work. I got to better myself. I got to get help. I got to connect with somebody who could do more with me and for me and help me to achieve and become that person that I know I can be. So many people are concerned about what other folks say or what they think or how they're going to react or respond. Are they going to applaud? Or are they going to clap? Are they going to sing my praises? We get so caught up in what other people think that we start thinking what other people think is more important than what we think of ourselves. Somebody once said, if you believe you can, or if you believe you can't, you're right. If you believe you can, or if you believe you can't, you're right. What you believe about yourself is more important than what other people think about you. Because at the end of the day, they can't do anything to help you to actually get to where it is you've been destined to get to. But you have to invest and you have to bet on you. You have to put in the work for you. But for you to show up for someone else. If I knew all the people I was supposed to impact, if I had their names, addresses, phone numbers, and emails, I would set up meetings with everybody on that list. I would get coffee. We'd go grab something to eat. I would do something to spend time with them, to actually pour into them. And once I got to that list, I'm going to do something else. But since I don't know who they are, since I don't have their names, their faces, their phone numbers, their email addresses, I have to keep talking. I have to keep presenting. I have to keep introducing people to themselves. Because I know that there's somebody who's waiting to hear this message. They're waiting to understand that they have something worth sharing with the world. They're waiting to get permission to get out of their own way and step forward into that thing that they've been called to. But if I sat and if I waited for somebody to come knocking at my door, hey, Saucony, can you come and speak? Can you come up? It's not going to happen. And yes, it's scary at times putting yourself out there because you don't know what people are going to say or think. But I'm not looking at the ones who reject me. I'm not for you. And that's fine. I'm good with that. But for the ones who are waiting on me, for the ones who need that boost of encouragement, that boost of adrenaline, for the ones who need to be introduced to themselves, I'm here. I'm here to help you. I'm here for you to understand that you have more in you than you are putting out. And so many of us are doing just that. We are operating beneath our privilege. I'm not talking about living. I'm talking about operating. Put in the work. Get a coach. Connect with somebody who's going somewhere. Someone who's going to challenge you and stretch you and actually allow you to become a better version of yourself. Nobody who's ever made any difference, any impact in this world did it alone. They had help. They had counselors. They had advisors. They had coaches. They had friends. They had family. I want you to fall in love with the person that you're going to become. But that starts today. It starts right now. But it also starts with you thinking, who is that person? What can they do? What do they have to offer? How can they change this world? And if you really want to know it, and I'm going to give you this and then I'm going to wrap it up. If you really want to know what your calling is, what your gifting is, what is the thing that you do with the least amount of effort but has the greatest impact? The thing that gives you a certain amount of fulfillment, unlike anything else. That thing that you do when you're doing it, you don't even look at your watch. But after you're done, you're like, we're done already? That thing that you would do for free because it's your passion, it's your calling, it's what drives you. And not only that, but when you do it, other people are blessed. Again, the fruit isn't for the tree. Your gift, your ability, your talent, your calling isn't just for you. Yes, you benefit from it, true enough. But it's to impact the world in which you've been called to serve. So that's who's waiting on you. That's who you are going to become. But you have to start today to become the person and fall in love with the person that you are meant to be. Every day I look in the mirror, I see a clear picture of who that person is. Every trouble, every struggle, everything I go through is helping me to get to that person. And not only that, and like I shared at BTBY a couple of years ago, I can't be the best version of myself without you. Because I don't care how much information I get, how much knowledge, how much impact I have. If I'm not putting it out there, if I'm not sharing it, it's like a pitcher with no spout. God did not intend for us to take all of this stuff to the grave. Somebody is waiting for you. Yes, you, not me, you. Somebody's waiting to hear your story. They're waiting to feel your impact. They're waiting to actually embrace you. Because in the end, that's what you were here for. We've all been called to serve. Who are you serving? And what impact will you make? Not only that, will you leave a legacy? Something for somebody else to follow? Will you blaze a trail? Will you make a difference that generations from now can actually reference and point to? All of us have that potential. But the only way for it to happen is we have to take action. A lot of speakers have said it today. You have to take action. It's a part of who you've been called to be. And having people like Terrence and Brenda and being a part of the BTBY is so needful because I'm telling you, you'll have an opportunity to reach folks you never would have reached before. I never forget the dancing trucker. He told me I almost brought him to tears. I never would have imagined that someone like him will listen to someone like me. But that just shows just how our message isn't put in a box. We can share and we can impact so many people, but you have to be willing to put yourself out there. Had I not opened my mouth, had I not stepped up, had I not stopped worrying about what other people thought about me, nobody would know who I am. Nobody would remember me. But because I didn't care what other people thought, because I fell in love with the person I am and the person I'm becoming, because I was willing to put in the work, I'm leaving something for generations to take note of. Even if it's just the fact that I'm consistent. I was speaking at a training couple of years ago, and this one lady, she came up to me and she said, I have a problem with my confidence. Before I knew it, I said, consistency builds confidence. So, oh man, let me tweet that out. Consistency builds confidence, because it does. Whatever you do over and over again, you get better at it. And that betterment, it actually helps with your confidence. So, what do you want to be known for? What do you want your legacy to be? It's first going to start with your commitment, because your commitment fuels your consistency. Your consistency fuels your success, but your success makes you a legend. And loving yourself, loving the person that you're becoming, loving who you can be is something that can give other people an opportunity. They can give other people an opportunity to actually use you as a model and follow in your footsteps. Not make a cookie cutter, but just learn the principles that you've embodied and make them their own. And look, this is Sekoni Prince of SekoniPrince.com, where we make motivation personal by introducing you to yourself. And I want you to know that you have so much to offer the world. And there are so many people that are waiting for you to show up. They are looking for you, and they need you. And I want you to be there for them. I want you to be the best version of yourself for them. It doesn't just help if you that for you. Yes, you do benefit from it, but it shouldn't stay with you. I told somebody one time, leadership starts on the inside, but it doesn't stay there. So I want you to know that you can actually do what it is that God intended for you to do. And with that, I turn it back over to you.
I want you to say that again. That leadership, what? With the inside? Say that again.
Leadership starts on the inside, but it doesn't stay there.
That's powerful.
Yes.
That is powerful. Yes. So,
Yes.
Sekoni, you got to tell them where you just spoke at.
Well, I had a chance to speak at Oakland City, Indiana University. And I did my first TEDx talk, and it was an amazing time. I was super excited to do that.
Well, we are so proud of you. We are so glad you're part of the BTBY, and we wouldn't be where we're at without you. You have been an instrumental team player with us.
I tell people all the time, I'm just a resource. God is the source.
Ooh,
Absolutely.
like that.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
And I love the fact that there's a quote that says, people may not remember what you say, but they will always remember how you make them feel. Well, you are a double threat, because you make us feel a certain way, and we remember everything you say. So that is very powerful, and you have a true talent, my friend, and you are leaving legacies because you love the person you are, as well as the person that you're continuing to become. Thank you, my friend. Glad to call you that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank y'all again. And again, kudos to y'all. Hats off to y'all for doing such an amazing job, getting all these dynamic and impactful speakers from all over the world. Thank you.
Well, you know what? They're showing up and they're taking action. And without action, you're not going to go anywhere. So they are taking action to become speakers, to make a difference in the world, to share their stories. And your story matters. If you just help one, isn't it worth it?
Yes, absolutely. And for you guys who are watching us today, who are seeing all these phenomenal speakers, this too could be you. Again, if you're looking to become a better speaker, a better communicator, if you're looking to become a better version of yourself, then just come on over. Sekoni's been one of our judges for our speaker academies throughout the year, so he knows what it takes to be a good speaker, and you just heard what a good speaker sounds like. So what's next for you? What action will you take towards becoming the better speaker, the better person, and loving the person that you're becoming? We can help you get started. Go on over to comechangeyourlife.com.
And he's talking about leaving legacies I think our next speaker does a lot about legacies.
You know, what a segue, and that just goes to show you legacy just doesn't happen on one side of town. It happens on the other side of town. It happens on the other side of the country. It happens on the other side of the world. Saucony said that the tree isn't for you, it's for the fruit that you will bear. And that's what leaves legacy. Well, we've got a person coming up now that believes in the gifts of legacy. She believes in it so much, she's the founder and this innovative creator of the show called My Talking Journal. This person turns vision into lasting legacy that speaks long after you're gone. As a publisher and legacy architect, she's dedicated to elevating voices through storytelling, publishing, and video messages. And she is sure the world will remember your name for the right reasons. She has brought over 1,400 authors to #1 bestseller status. And her motto is, don't leave a mess, leave a legacy. Well, who is she? She's none other than the legacy architect herself, Miss Natalie McQueen. Hey, Natalie, how are you?
I am great. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. And I really want to thank you and Brenda for really putting such a powerful event together and with such an important message. And I mean, Saucony was just speaking my language. I was like, yes, yes, yes. So many amazing tips and tricks to, be the best version of ourselves. So hopefully I can share a few more today.
No, it's not hopefully, because we know that legacy leaves clues. So you're here to give us the clues that are going to lead to lasting legacy. So, Natalie, the stage is yours.
All right. Thank you. Your legacy isn't missing. It's locked inside the version of you that you've been too afraid to become. Can I share a story about when legacy became really important to me? It was in 2016. We were on our way to Cuba on a vacation of a lifetime. Just some sun, sand, relaxation. I couldn't wait to get there. And when I got there, it was just as I expected. The resort was 5-star. It was so beautiful. The water was perfect. What started as a dream vacation in Cuba quickly turned into a nightmare. One night, I was standing on the water's edge, the moonlight above, and the next thing I knew, I was trapped in a violent undertow. My body was being smashed around into the rocks, tossed and turned like a rag doll, and I was uncontrollably at the mercy of the force of the ocean. I struggled just to get enough air between the waves, and I really didn't think I was going to make it. I didn't think I would see my family again. Can you imagine going away for vacation and not coming home? That's not something that I wanted to live. I fought for over an hour for my life. And in that long, dreadful hour, something inside of me changed forever. When you're in a life or death situation, your mind doesn't care about your business or your meetings or your deadlines or your social media likes. Instead, you're thinking about the regrets, about the love left unspoken, about all the time that you spent chasing things that really didn't matter. And I asked myself, had I truly lived? Had I laughed enough? Had I loved enough? Had I done all the things that I wanted to do, like jump out of a plane or dance in the pouring rain? And yes, that is on my bucket list. Sadly, I live in Arizona and we don't experience a lot of rain, but it's going to happen. I thought, had I made the time for the people and the passions that light up my soul? And the answer was very uncomfortable. Did I even know what lights up my soul? I was living, like many other people, busy but not intentional. I was surviving and I was functioning all day long, but I wasn't thriving. It wasn't a time, and I could feel it in my heart, I was not stepping fully into the woman that I was meant to be. That near-death experience ripped the illusion away. It really forced me to see how much time I had wasted not claiming my purpose. And it also showed me we're not guaranteed tomorrow. Here's the gift out of all of it. I got a second chance, and I vowed going forward, I would never play small again or just hustle to impress. I swore I wouldn't waste another day or waste another breath. It was time for me to fully step in to the person that I was born to become. And I knew this life wasn't working for me anymore. And it was time for me to figure out what would work and who did I really want to become and how do I get there? I knew that there was a better self inside of me waiting to get out, waiting to live that legacy life, not just a life on the hamster wheel. And you know what? There's a pretty good chance that there's one inside of you too. You don't need a tragedy to wake you up, and you certainly don't need a near-death experience to finally start living. All you need is a decision and maybe a few powerful tools. Through my journey, I created the power of becoming, activating the identity that helps you to build the legacy that you are meant to live. This is the process of becoming the person capable of building, sustaining, and protecting a true legacy. There are multiple steps, and today I want to just touch on 3 of them. The first one is identity clarity. The pillar is about integrity of self, not just values and vision, but the energy, habits, and beliefs of your most expanded version of yourself. Before you can build anything lasting, you want to be radically clear on who are you becoming. You don't want to build a new version of you. You want to reclaim the one that has been buried deep under other people's expectations. This is about asking, who would I be if I didn't care what they thought? The person is not the version of you. That person is the real you amplified. Number 2, the rise, which is the step into your inner authority. Greatness doesn't start with external validation, but it starts with that inner authority. This is where self-doubt out the window and self-mastery begins. This is about building mental discipline, emotional mastery, and unwavering trust in yourself. Embody courage, confidence, and conviction, even when your hands are shaking and mine do a lot. Number 3, the rise. Curate your power playground. This pillar is all about creating your physical, mental, and social space to support the person that you're becoming. It's not about where you are, it's all about what surrounds you. You know, we've heard the 5 people that surround you have the most impact. But what about looking at the energy, people, visuals, vibes? If it doesn't amplify you, it doesn't belong. You deserve to thrive, cut out the chaos, set the vibe, and build a space physically and mentally. Surround yourself with what you love and love what surrounds you. Curate your circle. Control the content and only say yes to what elevates you. This was one of the hardest things for me because I was the yes queen. So I ask you now, who is the best, or who is the version of you that you haven't met yet? The one that inspires, who speaks the truth, who walks boldly and builds legacy with every step. That person's not a stranger. That person is already inside of you, and you just need to invite them to the stage. So let me be clear. You don't have to wait for life to shake you awake. You can choose to wake up now. Legacy is not something that you leave behind. It's what you build every day, every decision of every day. I told you the key to your future isn't out there. It's already inside of you. I showed you how to align your identity, mastering your mindset, and protecting your environment. It will unlock everything for you. Stop waiting, because your legacy isn't someday. It's a right now responsibility. The world doesn't need another version of you not playing big. Stop playing small. It's time to unlock the one you were born to become. If you'd like to go deeper, let's open the vault together. If you're ready to stop playing small and dream about your next level, let's step into it and have a conversation. And this isn't just a conversation. It's really the first key to unlock the power of becoming you. You know, you want to bring that identity out that helps you build the life that you were designed to live. Legacy doesn't happen by accident. It happens when you choose it on purpose, with power, and with support. I would love to have a call with you and let's map out what's possible. Become the author of your own life. Dream big, create big, live big, and leave big. Thank you.
That was amazing.
Love it, love it. Natalie, thank you so much. Natalie, you had a powerful line, and I just want you to expound upon it a little bit more. You said your legacy is a right now responsibility. Many people, when we think of the word legacy, we think of something that's going to happen in the future. Why is it a right now responsibility?
You know, we all go through so many life experiences, and usually, good, bad, ugly, we learn from them. So if we share those with other people, we can stop them from making some bad choices, guide them to make some better choices, or just as you and Brenda, you're taking people that have gone through, you know, places where it could have went one way and they have turned their lives around and went the other way. When you hear those stories, you're like, if they can do it, I can do it. So why play small when you can play big and help others create their legacy that they're meant to live?
I love it. You know, what you do in your legacy today can help somebody else's legacy tomorrow. And so that's why I really, that's why that phrase really stood out to me, because many times we wait thinking that our legacy is somewhere down the line. But what
Right.
Natalie said today is going to help some 14-year-old Natalie that's listening for where they're supposed to be going in their path. And that's going to lead to their legacy today. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you for giving us the gift of legacy and showing us that it's a right now responsibility. We
Thank
appreciate you.
you for you both.
All right. That is Natalie McQueen, the gift of legacy. Man, that just, you know, there's a lot of nuggets that I'm going to take away from today, but that was one of those powerful ones that to recognize it's not something that you can put off. You know, why put off
No,
till
it's not.
tomorrow what you can do today, right?
Very
Absolutely.
true, very true, very true.
All right. So we are coming down to the wire, and we have definitely had a great day, but we are not done. We've got another powerhouse in the background right now that has been been a pillar, shall I say, of BTBY from the very beginning. Give us a little personal background about our friend Isabel Camacho Black.
Oh, yes. Well, Izzy has been here with us for many years. So she came to the first event that we had that was in person as an attendee, and she's been speaking with us ever since. Not only has she been speaking with us ever since, she has helped out financially. She's on our board. She's a team player. She's a friend. She's one of those people that if you say, let's go, she's in the car and we are headed out. No questions asked. Although that might not be always a good thing with me, but that's okay. We have fun. We have fun.
Well,
And she's just genuine. And the one thing I really love about Isabel is that she meets people and accepts them where they are.
yes, yes. And the one thing, if you have to break it down to one word when it comes to Izzy, it's intentional. Everything
Absolutely.
she does with intention, from her own personal healing to helping others heal and to helping them discover the power of self. You know, she really is a catalyst. She is a catalyst for change. She will help you activate your power, not tomorrow, but like we said with legacies, right now. So if you're ready to get activated, Izzy's ready to give it to you. Let's welcome to the stage Izzy Luz Camacho Black. Hey,
She's also
Izzy.
our co-host on both the BTBY show and From Felon to Fabulous.
Unmute yourself, Izzy.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much for having me here. And Bren, you said it best. We have fun, right?
Yes.
It's all about fun. And I love the topic of learning or loving the person you are becoming, because to know that that's what we're doing and we get to have fun doing it, I just feel like we're winning with life. And I feel like that's a common theme of what people feel when they become a part of the Becoming the Better You community, right? You start becoming a winner at life. So thank
Absolutely.
you for the kind words. And, yes, I do see people for who they really are, but that's the gift that I have received from BTBY, is having me be seen at my highest self, in my value, from a community of people, trailblazers who are here making a change in the world. And I'm just honored to be a part of it. So thank you
Well,
very much, guys.
we see the sunshine on your shirt, and we know you're about to bring the sunshine to our audience. So let's take it away.
Well, I'm Isabel Luz Camacho Black, or Izzy, the Intentional Healer. And I'm only an intentional healer because I have made a choice to live my life on purpose, with purpose. I'm honored, like I said, to be here today to share with all of you. I know I'm coming in at the tail end, which means there's going to be a lot of repetitive, right? I'm going to say a lot of things you've already heard these past 4 hours. But how do we learn best, guys? How did we learn as children to walk, talk, everything, even now? By practice, right? By repetitiveness. So just take note, if you're hearing something over and over again today from different speakers and you hear it again in this session, maybe put a star by it on your notes, or if you didn't have it written down, write it down, because that means there's something important being said. So today I call my session Be the Change, loving the person you are becoming. And my focus is extreme accountability and forward movement, because that really speaks a lot to my story. But first, I have a question for you. How many of us have felt stuck, wondering if change is even possible? I'm here to tell you that it's not only possible, it's happening, guys. And it's waiting on you. So loving the person you are becoming requires extreme accountability, recognizing the role you play in the chaos of your life, and be willing to step into your power of intentional living or living life on purpose with purpose. But to experience real change in your life, I personally believe there are two things that are required. You must first learn to be, right? Be. You must first learn to be. That's be present. And to be, that requires for you to, one, believe that change is possible regardless. And then you have to engage or be willing to take the next best step regardless. And what regardless means in intentional living is regardless of your past, regardless of your current circumstances, and most of all, regardless of what other people are saying or doing around you. See, in 1996, I was a 17-year-old girl, and I had just given birth to my first son, Reuben. His father and I were doing our best to remove ourselves from the environment that we were in. We were both in gangs. I sold drugs. We weren't going to school, and both of us had been adopted by family members. We wanted to give our son a different experience in life. However, in spite of all my efforts at the time to remove myself from that environment, I found myself in front of a rival gang member at 9 months pregnant, throwing gang signs up at me, coming at me, acting like he was going to pull a gun out from inside his pants under his shirt. I didn't see if there was a gun or not. But what I realized immediately in that moment is the programming that was within me. Instead of being scared and fearful, I was 9 months pregnant, I reacted and I threw gang signs back. I engaged. A couple of months after that incident, my dad and his wife came to visit in Texas. El Paso, Texas is where I'm from. And he had come to visit from Kansas for the holidays. And he asked me how things were going. I didn't have a good relationship with my father. So I wanted to lie and say good just to keep him out of my business. But something inside me told me to be honest. So I said not so good. He mentioned how beautiful Kansas was and that it was a beautiful place to raise a family. He was remarried with 3 sons, the youngest son being just 6 months older than my son Reuben. So it all sounded wonderful. I asked if I could come back with them, and I did. So New Year's 1997, I arrived in Manhattan, Kansas from El Paso, Texas. See, I could have let my past with my father get in the way of me making this decision. I could have let my current situation of not having money, not having a plan, not being prepared for this extreme move. I could have allowed what other people were saying about me to keep me from making this bold move. But I didn't. I took action. So today I want to share my practice of believing so that you can learn to become. See, the first step in this practice is believing. You must be present and leave your past where it belongs, in the past. I use grounding, meditating, praying, which for me simply means giving thanks and praise, never any asks, to help me be present. Intentional breathing, stretching, movements like taking walks in nature help me with my release. See, regardless of past mistakes, regrets, or missed opportunities, transformation is still possible. Extreme accountability means owning your role and leaving behind blame. So what are you still holding on to that's preventing you from stepping into who you are becoming? Because I've said it before, change is happening. It's not waiting on your permission. See, with an intentional daily practice of believing, you will find yourself organically becoming. You'll find yourself full of motivation, energy from nowhere, inspiration and clarity so that you can explore newly. Learn to be present and move forward. You are the author of your life, just like you heard the last two speakers spoke on you being the one in charge of your legacy. Becoming means creating a legacy through your choices. The daily practice for me, right, is through every breath that I take. Intentional living is my life. Everything else finds its way after that. That's job, that's family, that's kids. My devotion is to my practice, right? And because I'm a believer, my practice is tethered to my Creator. So back to the story. So I made a choice and I moved to Kansas with my 6-month-old and his father. We got jobs, got a vehicle, bought a trailer. We were living peaceful lives. Lives we never knew were even available to us. We got comfortable, and just a year and a half later, I found out I was pregnant again. My ex started to stress about another baby, and he made a decision that changed our lives forever. He made a decision to traffic drugs from Texas to Kansas. His plan wasn't successful, and he and 3 others were arrested and placed in federal custody in New Mexico. I had another decision to make. I moved back to be closer to him, and so that our kids could have a relationship with their father, even if it was behind bars. I lived with my aunt and my uncle again while he went through sentencing and went to prison. I worked 2 jobs and eventually got my own apartment. I was a single mom of 2 boys, and I was just 19 years old, about to turn 20. After serving a year, my ex was released to a halfway house. While he was there, we decided it was best if we separated. See, my confidence at the time was out the roof. I couldn't believe that I was actually doing it on my own. However, it didn't last too long. By August of 2000, I found myself jobless, unable to pay my rent, actively using cocaine again. and tied up with people that were no good. Again, I had a decision to make. Would I let fear, doubt, shame, regret, or what others were saying about me keep me stuck? Absolutely not. I took action. Boldly, I got on a Greyhound bus with my duffel bags, my 2 boys, and I was pregnant with my daughter. I came back to Kansas. It required a lot of sacrifice, hard work, compromise, forgiveness, trust, and love. But I was willing to do it all. I got a job, got us a home, got transportation. I was back on my feet in just a couple of months. But it was that regardless part that made it all possible. See, I had to learn how to love myself for my been through or my past. I had to learn to love myself through my current circumstances. And I had to learn to love myself and trust myself more than what other people believed or were saying about me. And because of this, I became better and better and better. And I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. So my question to you, are you ready to be the change in your life regardless? And what is the next best step that you can take toward that? Meditation, movement, breathing intentionally, deep breaths in, deep breaths out, and prayer, which again, intentional living, prayer is the practice of simply giving thanks and praise. That means even for the hard things in life, even for the things that hurt or the people that hurt you. Give thanks and praise because it's all with grand divine purpose. I believe that's where you will find all of the answers that you seek so that you can become the best you and learn to love yourself regardless. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Love to love yourself regardless. That's how you become better. And that's how you love the person you are becoming. Thank you, Izzy, for bringing that home for us. Thank you for that very transparent and transformational message. So,
You know what Izzy does, Terrence, before you go there? She holds firm to her truth.
Yes.
She's come through all that mess and now she holds firm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we all need to learn to do, is to stand on what we believe.
Yeah. And I think that's another word for intentional.
Yes.
Do it with intention. Do it with intention regardless of if it doesn't feel right. Do it with intention regardless of if it doesn't look right. Do it with intention regardless of what anyone else thinks about what your choices are. You determine your destiny and you determine your legacy by being intentional regardless.
Yes.
And Izzy,
And
that's you.
knowing that what I believe today and stand firm in today is also evolving every day. So releasing the shame, right, and the attachments to all the things that say, if my belief changes, I'm going to grow deeper in my faith. I'm going to grow deeper in my belief system. So, people will look at that and say they will think it's shaky ground because I won't stand firm and never be willing to change. But, evolution is happening, and I'm here. I've surrendered myself to just ride that wave and be surrendered and allow God to really just do what he needs to be done and just use me.
Oh, absolutely. Hang on there. We got to show a little commercial that has you in it.
Okay.
Ready?
I'm scared.
What's the excuse you've been telling yourself? And what if today you stopped believing it?
What would your life look like if no excuses became your new standard?
Are you ready to become the version of yourself that doesn't need an excuse to succeed?
What's holding you back? And is it real or just an excuse in disguise?
Who could you become if you stopped making excuses and started making moves?
What would happen if you made room for growth instead of giving power to your excuses?
Is your excuse bigger than your purpose? Think again.
How long will you let your excuses write your story?
What if your breakthrough is on the other side of your best excuse?
What are you willing to let go to make space for your greatness? No excuses.
ComeChangeYourLife.com.
We got another event coming up.
Every time.
Yeah.
But yes, we have fun
Absolutely.
at BUI.
The only thing I want to know is how did you feel after you got Brian out your head? Because that was just way too much.
Like a creepy conscious coming up behind you.
That's a whole lot. That's a whole.
I know, it was so
Well,
funny.
we definitely, yes, we are looking forward to this event. And while we threw that up there real quickly, no excuses. As an intentional healer, what does it mean to have no excuses?
No excuses is exactly that, right? You throw them in the trash, get them out of here. But with a daily practice, you start seeing the patterns in your life. And that's usually where you spend time finding, tracking your day to day, what you're taking in, what you're putting out, what you're reacting to, and why. That's where you'll find yourself not having being full of excuses. And it's only because clarity starts coming. It's not that I'm not any better, or nobody's any better than anybody else. Clarity just naturally starts coming when you, on purpose, evaluate your life and choose to show up on purpose.
Wow.
Yep.
I'm going to throw it to you, Johnny Avocado. What does it mean for you in your journey towards becoming the better you and leaving a legacy? What does it mean to have no excuses in your life?
Oh, I really like that. I appreciate this mantra that we've taken on, the no excuses. Sometimes we really overcomplicate things. We give ourselves all the connections and all the resources to try to find answers. That's what we're good at, right? And all things can be tools or weapons. And when we use our ability to find an answer to tell us no, then that's when we're using it as a weapon against ourselves. When we use all that information and come to the conclusion that it's yes we can do something about our situation or the world around us or whatever it is, then that's really what the difference is. It's really that simple. Sometimes we make it way more complex than that. But the difference between an excuse and a reason is simply what you're doing with the information. You're presented with the opportunity. Of all the things that we do in our personal development journey, recognizing when the moments of change are upon us is one of the most profound moments. And it's not just, it's an opportunity. And for us to get better or to be better, we have to be able to recognize what those moments are. And for us to use the mantra like no excuses really just allows us to focus on that moment and be mindful and paying attention to when those times are. Is this information an excuse for me to stop? or is this the reason that I'll give myself to move forward? And I can't tell everybody just how much I really appreciate what we're doing to make it that simple for folks, because it really is that easy. Stop complicating it and just make it that simple for yourself. Don't give yourself the excuse.
And we do complicate things.
We do way too much.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
There's
and
no room in my life for any ex-wives. There's no room for my life for any ex-relationships. There's no room in my life for any ex-jobs. There's just no room in my life for exes. So in order for there not to be any room, I have to make no excuses. So in order to move forward, you can't keep looking back behind, because all the exes are behind you. So do you want to go back, or do you want to keep going forward? The way to keep going forward is no excuses. And Brenda, how are we going to help the people go forward in September 2025 at the next BTBY experience?
Well, so when you are saying I can't, it's just an excuse. And we're going to help you focus. I know Terrence is going to talk about this, on what you're able to do. We're going to give
Yes.
you a platform to get started, a way to wean off of your excuses, because we all do it. I'm not good enough. My dad said this. My spouse won't let me do that. I never move up at work. Boo hoo, woe is me. Everybody hates me. I'm going to go eat some worms. We're going to get rid of that mindset. We're going to give you a starting point. And baby steps is all it takes, but you got to take the steps. If you don't take action, you're never going to get there. And then you will be your excuse.
Exactly. And then along with the training, right, you get a whole support system with the community. So really, you know, even if you're fighting excuses coming, I feel like once you leave, you're just very grateful for the support, the opportunities, the resources, the stories, the trainings.
Hey, Izzy, with that, tell us kind of how you got involved with BTBY. I would love to hear, because you didn't make excuses and you weren't even sure what was going on, but you showed up.
You know, I was trying to make excuses. And just like you said, I attended that first one as an attendee, met you. That was February 2022, met you about November, December of 21. I had no idea people were gathering together in a building and just sharing that type of space and helping each other out in the capacity. BTBY is different, so I don't think we could even compare it. I haven't been to other ones, but I've heard people who have, and they just say it's different, and I believe that. So attending that first one, I tried to fight it, first of all. And even when I tried to get Dave to go with me, he was like, huh? No, like, you go have
He's
fun.
been to everyone ever since as
He
well.
ended up going and stuff, and he loved it. He went all 3 days. But when I left there, I mean, it was just validation after validation of what God had already been speaking into me. It was a community of people that they were expressing, God was speaking into them as well, but they were taking action. So that's what I needed. I needed people to show me what it looks like to take action in this world, and putting yourself out there to help other people. You know, I spent my life trying to help my family. I didn't know that I had enough energy within me to expand that out and help other people outside of my small little world. You know, but once you surrender and you're surrounded by like-minded people, it doesn't feel like a burden to carry. As a matter of fact, it feels like a very proud flag or a torch that you want to run around everywhere you go holding up high, so everybody can see, you know, there's victory going on here, as
Absolutely.
BTBY or Charlotte would say, you know, there's victory going on here, and we're celebrating it. So I felt heard, seen. I felt like there was mentorship within the community for me. And it was just a good time. The black tie event, I told you that day, I didn't go to high school. The last grade I completed in public education was 8th grade. So yes, I tried 9th grade a couple times, but never went to a dance or anything like that. So I never wore a pretty dress just to go to an event like that, just dance. And I felt like I felt like I got to experience something that I never even knew I was missing.
And you've been to many dances where you can wear a pretty dress too now.
Now I love it. I embrace it. You wouldn't catch me
Good.
dead in a dress like that or a lot of things I'm doing now before it wasn't me. So, or I had convinced myself it wasn't me. And I get to be me free now, and I'm loved by all of you guys. And it was just natural, right? I wanted to, when I was invited to be a part of leadership, to be a part of BTBY in other ways. Of course, my answer was yes, because I was like, my long lost family.
And now there are no excuses. So if you guys enjoyed what you saw today, if you enjoy having a legacy, if you enjoy transparency, if you enjoy vulnerability, if you enjoy hearing people share their story, if you enjoy people sharing a message that not only resonates with you, but with you and with you, and oh yeah, with you too, then you have no excuse not to have your face in the place. Save the date, September 2025. We'll be giving out more information for the next BTBY experience, becoming the better you. I say it all the time, good, better, best. We can't let it rest until our good becomes our better and our better becomes our best. And when you make your better your best, you create legacy. And there's definitely no excuse in that. I'm going to turn it over to the professor of change, our visionary founder, Brenda Ringwood, with the last words on today's BTBY virtual event.
I'm actually going to turn it over to John.
Oh, wow. Let me clear my throat here if I'm going to close it for us. One of the things that I really appreciated earlier in the conversation that we were having is about sometimes those chance meetings, and how things come together. And a word that's been pitched around in the office a little bit kind of brings it all together. And it's the no excuses and the reasons, using these two words back and forth. One of the things so many of us want when we're looking to change ourselves or to go on our personal journey is we want control over our life. And just right here with the words reasons and excuses is the place and the opportunity for you to exercise that control. You can surrender that control and use all the reasons why you can't show up as an excuse. And you can give that control up to fate. And you can let gravity drop you to the world wherever you land. Or you can recognize that all of those obstacles are reasons for you to work hard and overcome them so that you can get where you need to be. That's when you take that control and that power over. And of all the things that I know all of us want is to have control over our own destiny, to have power within our own lives. And so the challenge that we have to you at the BTBY is to remove the excuses and take control and find a reason to get yourself and the way to get yourself to the BTBY event in September. I can't wait to see you guys there. And I want to see all of you powerful people showing up on your own as yourselves with no excuses.
And when you're at our events, you get to meet us all. We're not just speaking and leaving. Our speakers stay. You get to have conversations with them, sit at the tables with them, break bread with them, maybe even build a relationship that will last past the event. So come changeyourlife.com right now. We have our early bird special. It's only $195. It's pretty cheap. You are getting fantastic stuff for 3 days. Come on now. I see some of you paying more than that for a pair of shoes that you don't really need. But you need the personal development. You need to become the best version of yourself. You owe it to yourself. You will be so happy when you find out who you are and the life that you were meant to live. And then when you can take those steps to do it, it's worth every penny.
Absolutely. So as she said it, join us September 2025, early bird special, $195. We've taken away all the reasons and all the excuses why you shouldn't have your face in the place. Join us for the next BTBY experience, and we guarantee you'll love the person you're becoming. For Izzy Camacho Black, for Johnny Avocado, and for Brenda Ringwood, I am Terrence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffridge. We thank you so much for joining us today, and go out and embrace and love the person you're becoming. And wherever you are in the world today, you know what we say. Don't just make it a great day. Make it an unstoppable day. Take care, guys.
Bye, guys.